Dear Minister, Your Excellency, dear guests, dear participants, welcome to the Media Freedom 2023 conference. My name is Hanna Aufrweiter-Rapantova and I will be the host of today's event. Vážená pani ministerka, vaša...
Minister, Your Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Media Freedom 2023 conference. My name is Hanna Aufrweiter-Rapantova and I will be leading you through today's conference.
Osobitne vítam ministerka kultúry Slovenskej republiky. Gabriela Sanchisi, Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Slovakia on behalf of the Media Freedom Coalition, veľvyslankyňa Holandského kráľovstva Slovenskej republike, zástupkyňa Media Freedom Coalition. Cheryl Cruz, Chargé d'Affaires, Office of the Embassy of Canada in Slovakia on behalf of the Media Freedom Coalition. Chargé d'Affaires, kancelária veľvyslanectva Kanady na Slovensku, takisto zástupkyňa Media Freedom Coalition. Pavel Salaj, Reporters Without Borders, Head of European Union and Balkans Desk, vedúci pre Európsku úniu a Balkán, Reportéri bez hraníc. The conference is organized by the Ministry of Culture of the Slovak Republic under the auspices of the Media Freedom Coalition, currently co-chaired by the governments of the Netherlands and Canada. Konferenciu organizuje Ministerstvo kultúry Slovenskej republiky pod záštitou Media Freedom Coalition, ktorej v súčasnosti spolupredsedajú vlády Holandska a Kanady. The conference is streamed live and translated simultaneously into English and Slovak. You can find the English on the channel number 3 and Slovak language is on the channel number 2. Konferencia je naživo streamovaná a simultáne prekladaná do slovenčiny a do angličtiny. Angličtinu nájdete na kanáli číslo 3 a slovenčinu na kanáli číslo 2. During the live stream, you will have the opportunity to ask the questions via the Slido app using hashtag MFC2023. Počas živého prenosu môžete klásť otázky prostredníctvom aplikácie Slido s využitím hashtagu MFC 2023. Dovolte mi teraz, aby som o úvodný príhovor poprosila hostiteľku, ministerku kultúry Slovenskej republiky, pani Natáliu Milanovú.
I would like Minister Natalia Milanova, for her speech.
Vážené excelencie,
Your Excellencies, Ombudsman, State Secretary, and other State Secretaries, ladies and gentlemen, democracy needs free media, media free from political power, media free from economic pressures of individuals, media free from political or other power ambitions of their owners. The democratic society is dependent on the existence of a transparent media environment which works in a stable legislative and economic environment, which is positive for the freedom of expression, editorial independence and plurality of trustworthy sources of information. This also applies to the free performance of the profession of a journalist, which is directly connected to freedom in society. We do not tolerate the intimidation of journalists, and we are not against the media only because they criticize the public administration, the public power, although sometimes they may use unprecise criticism or generalization, and we do not incite or approve verbal or other attacks to journalists. It's important to create an environment where journalists can and want to use codes of ethics of their profession, including the protection of the source, an environment where we as a society appreciate and look for the values of high-quality journalism, which include impartiality, objectivity, truthfulness, honesty, and responsibility, as well as a thorough verification of facts. An environment where media are trustworthy and socially responsible, and there are no clickbaits or platforms of the disinformation scene. When I became the Minister of Culture in 2020, Slovakia, together with Malta, was known for the murder of an investigative journalist. We were on the 35th spot in the World Press Freedom Index. Europe was hit fully by the pandemic, which polarized the society even more, and it highlighted the alarmingly high proneness of Slovakia to conspiracy theories. Already in 2021, we have seen that the murder of an investigative journalist can happen anywhere, and Malta and Slovakia were joined by the Netherlands. That is why I'm very grateful that it is the Netherlands that we managed to initiate a very intensive and productive cooperation with over the last 2 years on the practical solutions of eliminating risks of the work of journalists in Slovakia. Thanks to that, our new media legislation is so topical and complex. Besides other activities of the ministry, I would like to highlight also the change of this scheme of subsidies under the ministry. For example, the support of the media education and resilience against disinformation was added, and thanks to that, the Ministry of Culture will soon open the first call for projects in the field of media literacy and decreasing the risks of spreading disinformation. After a series of workshops and meetings with the representatives of the Press Filing Initiative, which took place in autumn last year, where we were limited especially by the absence of the relevant data, I'm very happy that this will be the day when Lukáš Dyko from the Jan Kuciak Investigative Center will introduce the results of a survey about the threats and attacks against journalists. It is no coincidence that we organized today's conference under the auspices of the Media Freedom Coalition, where Slovakia is a member, which is being co-chaired by the governments of the Netherlands and Canada. Therefore, I would like to thank Her Excellency Gabriela Sanchisi, the ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Slovakia, as well as Madame Charge d'Affaires of Canada, Ms. Cheryl Cruz, for their presence here today and for their support of our conference. And I would also like to thank all the excellencies from states which are part of the Media Freedom Coalition. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a turbulent period of time that we live. The media have been tested by the pandemic, by internal political crises, or by the war conflict in Ukraine. I believe that you, just like me, see that these uncertain times increase the need of plurality, of trustworthy sources of information, independent media, and the free performance of the profession of a journalist. And that is why, as the Minister of Culture, I welcome and support the proposal of the European Media Freedom Act, which I see, especially after adopting the media legislation in Slovakia, as a synergy, as another step ensuring these values for Slovak media and for professional journalists all across the European Union. Commission's proposal deals with the international application of the source of information, the protection of journalists from tracking, but also the issue of state advertising or other economic aspects in fight against oligarchs in the media. In this context, the proposal is highly compatible with our proposal, with the legislation we have passed in Slovakia, which significantly strengthened the protection of the source of information of journalists. It also enshrined more complex rules of the transparency in the ownership and financing of the media. It also enshrined a supervision of the plurality of information sources and it also dealt with the existence of community media. This European Act is also connected to the topics of editorial freedom and the self-regulatory mechanisms, and we have similar views with the Commission, and these are being implemented already. Very soon, Slovakia will start the publicly accessible register of the media, which will include not only the ownership of the media, but also information about the participation of the media in the self-regulatory mechanisms. A few days ago, the Slovak media published a message where, again, a representative of a political party is threatening the media with criminal and civil law consequences to a commentator for his comments. This is something unacceptable, and in this program of this conference we also included the SLAPP lawsuits and the misuse of criminal proceedings which are there to intimidate journalists. The Ministry of Culture is active, and Slovakia is active in this regard in the EU, also in the structures of the Council of Europe, and we also found common ground with the Ministry of Justice, and we have some results already. Thanks to the review of the criminal code, which currently went through the Legislative Council of the government, and the Ministry of Culture worked on that hard as well. What will change is, for example, the crime of defamation. I don't think the only important thing is decreasing the penalties, but also the important change in the merit of the crime. The crime of defamation, after years, will no longer be a threatening crime, but it will be an ultima ratio tool in the field of the most important real impacts. A significant change of the criminal code is also the special motive connected to the performance of a profession. This will improve the situation of the journalists as well, if they become victims as journalists. And we also have a new crime of incitement. The Ministry of Culture views the protection of the journalists, media freedom, media literacy, and increasing resilience to disinformation as a part of structural public policy, starting with strategic materials. Strategy of culture and creative industry of the Slovak Republic until 2030 that we introduced publicly this month. The strategic aim, responsible culture, these are the topics and questions which were translated into 3 strategic priorities of the state. One of the measures that we propose is, in cooperation with the Ministry of Justice, to adopt legislative measures against SLAPP lawsuits. Then protection of journalists, I think, has its own place also in the strategy of prevention of criminal and other antisocial activities in the Slovak Republic until 2028, which is currently going through the approval process. And that's why we propose to the Ministry of the Interior to prepare the methodology for the police to protect journalists in high-risk mass events. Ladies and gentlemen, it's undoubtable that real and lasting results can only be achieved with mutual cooperation. That's why I would like to thank all panelists, moderators of the panels, chairs of the panels, and also all of those who will be watching us online or here in the room and want to share their experience and views on the topics which are part of today's conference. Last but not least, I would like to thank all team members from the Ministry of Culture, organizers, thanks to whom we can discuss these important topics here today. So I would like to thank to all of you. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne, pani.
Thank you very much, Minister.
To the ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Slovakia, Gabriela Sanchisi. A teraz odovzdávam slovo veľvyslankyni Holandského kráľovstva na Slovensku, pani Gabriele Sanchisi.
Good morning, dobre rano, Madam Minister, Mr. State Secretary, Excellencies, dear guests, friends. Thank you, Mr. Milanova, for convening this conference. It's both great to see so many people together to discuss this important topic that we actually would rather not have to discuss. And it's great to see so many people here in the audience. Media freedom and a safe working environment for journalists are cornerstones of our democracy. That sounds so simple, and yet all of us here together, we know for a fact that it isn't that easy, that we need to work hard together to ensure and guarantee media freedom in our own backyards, but also in Europe and in the rest of the world. The value of an open society is strengthened by allowing different and critical perspectives through the freedom of the press. My country, the Netherlands, as does Slovakia, firmly believes in the significance of freedom of expression. Freedom of the press is unequivocally tied to this. So we need to put in all efforts to make sure that journalists can do their fundamental work safely, without fearing on or offline threats, violence, or even having to pay the ultimate price of losing their lives. The Netherlands, as the Minister just said, is very proud to be part of a great initiative, the Media Freedom Coalition, which we are co-chairing together with Canada, and of which I'm very happy that several other participating countries are represented here today. I'm also very happy to be sharing this stage in a moment with my friend and colleague, the Chargée d'Affaires of Canada, Cheryl Cruz. All the MFC members, like Slovakia, have signed the Global Pledge on Media Freedom, committing to advocate for protecting journalists at home and abroad. We want to act as a unified and credible voice in speaking out against violations of media freedom. During our co-chairmanship of the Media Freedom Coalition, our Dutch priorities can be summarized as 3 Ps: to prevent attacks, to protect journalists, and to prosecute perpetrators. In practice, this means that we address individual cases of journalists who are in need of help through our diplomatic instruments. We work on strengthening the impact of the Media Freedom Coalition by coordinating through our network of diplomatic missions worldwide, and we are vocal on the issues of impunity and accountability. After all, accountability is the ultimate form of prevention. And lastly, we focus on protecting female journalists who should be able to do their work in the same safe and non-discriminatory environment as their male colleagues. We are glad to see Slovakia's active involvement in the MFC, as we see today, and I'm glad that our countries work together in the framework of this coalition, but also bilaterally. And sadly, as the Minister just mentioned, both Slovakia and my country have been shocked by the murder of investigative journalists in recent years. In Slovakia, Jan Kuciak and his fiancée Martina Kusnierova were murdered 5 years ago this week. And in the Netherlands, Dutch crime reporter Peter R. de Vries was killed almost 2 years ago. With their deaths, we lost dedicated seekers of justice and truth. And in addition, for many of their fellow journalists, this was a realization that a so far theoretical possibility of threats and violence had become reality. Dear guests, we need to do everything we can to make sure that journalists can safely do their fundamental job, especially in times when the rule of law is frequently under pressure, and in times when disinformation sources are divulging incorrect, often polarizing and inflammatory information to whomever is interested in hearing it. That essential job is what we intend when we use the term cornerstone of democracy. And for those journalists who are in the audience today, please know that you have our unwavering support in this. I say this as an MFC co-chair, I say it on behalf of my country and government, and I say it also personally. Everything I've so far said isn't new, but I do feel that it's important to keep repeating it. To ourselves, to whomever wants to hear it, and yes, also, and maybe especially, to those who don't want to hear it. Let's now look at something that is new. Let's look at the very recent work of the Slovak Investigative Center of Jan Kuciak, together with our Dutch colleagues of the Persveilig initiative. Persveilig in the Netherlands is a cooperation of journalists, government, justice and police, which offers journalists a platform where they can report threats of violence that happened either physically or online. The colleagues from Persveilig were here in Bratislava last September, and they shared their experiences, lessons learned, and advice. Slovakia has now, since then, been working hard on the development of a Slovak version of Persveilig under the guidance of the Investigative Center of Jan Kuciak. When you start fixing a problem, you always need to figure out first how big the issue is and what the various dimensions of it are, which is exactly what the Investigative Center did by conducting a survey with participation of hundreds of journalists. We're looking forward to seeing and hearing the results of the survey later this morning, but right now I want to compliment Lukas Diko and his team on this first extensive and intensive data research on the status of the safety of journalists in Slovakia. We are really proud to see this project materializing at such a fast pace. And while I'm giving compliments, I also want to mention the Slovak Ministry of Culture, Minister Minalova, State Secretary Kutas, as well as the Slovak Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs. All of this would not have been possible without their support and continuing efforts. Last but not least, I want to highlight another example of our good bilateral cooperation by warmly welcoming two fellow countrymen, Mr. Youssef Louakili, Director for Media and Creative Industries in our Ministry of Culture, Education and Science. He's a panelist later on today in the Protection of Journalists session. And Mr. Geert-Jan Haan, he's a Dutch investigative journalist and panelist in the editorial independence segment. Thank you both very much, as well as your colleague, Mr. Louakili, for making time in your busy schedules to come to this conference and to share your thoughts and experiences. Vítajte v Bratislave. Madam Minister, Mr. State Secretary, and State Secretary Bročková, who I see in the audience as well, I reiterate my gratitude and compliments for organizing this conference. And to all, please let me wish you a very fruitful, rich, and inspiring conference today. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you for your words. Vaša Excelencia, ďakujem za vaše slova. And now allow me to invite Cheryl Cruz, Chargé d'Affaires, Office of the Embassy of Canada in Slovakia, on behalf of the Media Freedom Coalition, to say a few words. Dovolte mi teraz o pár slov požiadať pani Cheryl Cruz, Chargé d'Affaires, kancelária veľvyslanectva Kanady na Slovensku, zástupkyňa koalície.
Ďakujem pekne, pani ministerke, za zvolanie tejto.
I would like to thank Madam Minister for convening this important and timely conference. I would like to congratulate also State Secretary Kutas and the organizers from the Ministry of Culture for making an important and ambitious vision for this conference into a reality. Canada, as the co-chair of the Media Freedom Coalition, and as a friend, partner and ally of Slovakia, we are very proud to support this conference and your efforts in promoting and protecting media freedom. I would also like to congratulate Slovakia for becoming the newest member of the Freedom Online Coalition when it joined last month. Canada looks forward to collaborating with you on safety of the online space, including the safety for journalists.
Netherlands, and in particular my friend, Ambassador Gabriela Sanchizi, for their leadership and collaboration as our fellow co-chair of the Media Freedom Coalition since last year. So very sadly, we gather for this conference at the start of a full week of marking some very dark anniversaries. As mentioned already, of course, Tomorrow we mark 5 years since the brutal murders of Jan Kuciak and Martina Kushnirova. And later this week comes the first anniversary of Vladimir Putin's latest unprovoked acts of aggression against one of his neighbors, Ukraine and its people. With respect to both of these examples, we are reminded that to try to bring the truth to people, journalists are putting themselves on the line, and in the cases of Jan and Martina, as well as so many others, they are paying the ultimate price. It humbles us, and it inspires us, as members of the Media Freedom Coalition, to redouble our efforts in the protection of journalists and those working in media organizations all over the world. Canada is so proud to have been a member of the coalition since its very beginning. At the first Global Conference for Media Freedom that we co-hosted in London with our excellent partners from the United Kingdom in July 2019. Since its establishment, the coalition has come together to make very concrete contributions that we hope will ensure meaningful progress in the protection of media freedom. For example, the coalition members initiated and continue to support the multi-million-dollar Global Media Defense Fund, administered by UNESCO, which in turn supports the important work of NGOs in bolstering journalists' legal protections, enhancing investigative journalism, and pursuing strategic litigation. Critical also to the coalition's work is the multi-partner approach that it takes. So not only are governments like ours involved, but our work is strongly informed by a high-level panel of experts, including journalists, academics, legal experts, and so many others. Because we aim to make real and concrete progress, it is very important that we continuously engage stakeholders such as yourselves. So as I prepared to spend today with you at this conference, I reread the Media Freedom Coalition's Global Pledge, which all members must sign before they join. And in it, there's a clarion call, which reminds us that actually we, as people, are all stakeholders when it comes to protecting media freedom. And that is because, and I quote, "Attacks on media freedoms are attacks on human rights. They entail attacks on the human rights of journalists and those working in media organizations, rights such as the right to freedom of opinion, expression, the right to life, liberty, and security of the person. Violations and abuses of the rights of journalists and those working in media organizations have a cascading effect on the rights of others as scrutiny falls away." Not only does the connection with respect for human rights turn us all into stakeholders when it comes to protecting media freedom, but more particularly, those of us who want to see democracy continue to thrive and succeed in Slovakia, including Canada, and Slovakia's many friends, partners, and allies, many of whom are represented here today, have a stake in ensuring that media freedom continues to be preserved and protected here in this country. To the journalists and those who work for media organizations in Slovakia, no doubt you already know how important you are as legitimate truth seekers and truth tellers to the resilience of your country, especially as the challenges to your democracy continue to mount. So critical is your work to the functioning of your democracy in questioning and fact-checking the government and political actors on how they're wielding the authorities and using the platforms that have been entrusted to them by the people of your country. So important also is your work to the cohesion of your society when you bring to the people the stories of those who are marginalized and victimized because of their differences. The stories of people like Juraj Ivankulic and Mateusz Horvat, who were brutally killed last October, just up the street from here, simply for being themselves. In these and so many other functions of your day-to-day work, you are playing a critical role in bringing out the truth, and in doing so, you are giving people a fighting chance to sort fact from fantasy. I want to tell you that we see you and that we hear you, and that we recognize that it's an understatement to say that the challenges to your critical work are mounting. we're here to remind you today that you are not fighting this fight alone. You can be assured of the support of Canada and the rest of the Media Freedom Coalition in your truth-bearing efforts. Minister, State Secretary, I thank you again, and I look forward to the fruitful discussions we will have throughout the day.
Thank you very much for your address. Ďakujem veľmi pekne. A teraz poprosím o pár slov vedúceho pre Európsku úniu a Balkán, zástupcu Reportérov bez hraníc pána Pavla Salaja. Páči sa?
Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Thank you very much in the name of Reporters Without Borders for inviting me to this conference. 5 years ago, a brutal murder has taken away Jan and Martina from their families. I would like to express our solidarity. We stand with you. 21st of February 2018 was a day where Slovakia lost a lot as well. The journalist Jan Kuciak has left us a very strong message about the values which we should adhere to, the sense of justice, high ambitions and standards for ourselves and for the society, and cooperation in truth-seeking. How have we used this message? It seems that a complicated fight for justice in the murder of Jan and Martina is coming to the final sentence. If the persons who ordered the murder will be sentenced in a very short time, Slovakia will be one of the few countries where such thing has happened, and it will be an inspiration for Malta, for example, where Daphne Caruana Galizia has seen the same fate, and in other countries where the murders have not been resolved. Unresolved crimes and attacks on Slovak journalists are still here. Good news is the new initiative from the Investigative Center of Jan Kuciak, and I'm very happy that today I can inform you that Reporters Without Borders are one of the two partners, together with the Embassy of the Netherlands, one of the two main partners of this project, which is called safejournalism.sk. We have contributed financially and with our expertise. We will continue to do so and to support it as a great example of cooperation among the journalists themselves, but also between journalists and government and other stakeholders. Mobilizing the society after the murder of Jan Martina, which has been unprecedented since the 1990s, gave a huge political capital for the improvement of the media freedom, which has also been unprecedented. How has the government from 2020 used this opportunity? Unfortunately, I must say that the government did not use and has missed the opportunity to become one of the leaders in the area of media freedom. Yes, the government has given more freedom to the police and other authorities, but in a democratic country, this is a must. The government has improved the independence of media. However, some changes came only after the European Commission threatened to use its instruments to force Slovakia to do so. The efforts to depoliticize the public broadcaster RTVS were stopped. The parliament even stopped the licensing fees which the Slovak national broadcaster received before. And the complete stopping of the sentence of defamation is not a good news. The verbal attacks on journalists have been here on a daily basis. Of course, the main person that needs to be discussed is Igor Matovic. The ambitions that we saw before were not fulfilled. The third message of Jan Kuciak is also very important. If Slovakia should have a plurality a media system, it is only thanks to the journalists and their cooperation. The right to trustworthy information is not only the problem of attacks from the outside, but also on the inside. We see online spreading of information which is not trustworthy. The propaganda from Russia and other countries is something we are facing on a daily basis, and facing these challenges requires everyday cooperation. But there are solutions that we can use. Slovakia can use the Journalism Trust Initiative, JTI, from the Reporters Without Borders. This initiative supports journalists in their effort. Digital platforms today set the pace for all the media. Reporters Without Borders initiated International Partnership for Democracy. Slovakia joined this partnership 1 year ago. This partnership inspired some other legislative actions of the European Commission against the attacks on journalists and media freedom. And these initiatives are good starting point for other initiatives and fighting against chaos in the digital environment. I would also like to thank Madam President Zuzana Čaputová for supporting this partnership for democracy and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for fighting for media freedom across Europe. A clear message of Jan Kuciak has been used only partially. The Slovak justice and courts have been implementing some solutions for improving media freedom, which were, however, successfully implemented despite political efforts, not thanks to them. Slovakia, however, can build on the tradition of strong journalism and the skills of and capacity of journalists to fight together when it's necessary. That's why mutual cooperation is crucial. Slovakia still can become a leader. In Reporters Without Borders, we are pragmatic optimists. It is crucial to keep the sense for justice, high standards for the society and for ourselves, and to look for the truth. At the occasion of the 5th anniversary of the horrible murder, let us all remind ourselves that we should stick to his message also in the future. Thank you.
Ďakujem pekne za všetky príhovory. Myslím si, že tým...
Thank you very much for all the speeches. I think that now we can claim the conference to be open. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference will discuss 4 separate topics in separate panels. So let us start with the first one. This is the European Media Freedom Act, EMFA. The moderator will be Lubos Kukliš, the former chief of the European Regulators Group for Audiovisual and Media Services and chair of the European Platform of Regulatory Authorities. The panelists will be Florian Schweier, representative of the Audiovisual and Media Services Policy Unit at the European Commission, Radoslav Kutaš, the State Secretary of the Ministry of Culture of the Slovak Republic, Julie Majerčák, representative of Reporters Without Borders to the European institutions, and Michal Maruška from the Association of Slovak Print and Digital Media and the CEO of Ringier Slovakia Media and Ringier Slovakia. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give the floor to our panelists. Thank you very much and I wish you a pleasant day.
Ďakujem pekne, pán štátny. Toto je teda prvý panel.
Thank you very much. This will be the first panel of today's conference. Let us distribute the microphones first, but I would give you the first message that this first panel will be bilingual. We have some Slovak guests, some foreign guests, so it will be English and Slovak. And we will talk about the EMFA, so the European Media Freedom Act. We also have a representative of the European Commission here, Florian Schweier. So we will discuss why this proposal of this act was placed, what is the future, and what the individual stakeholders think about it. We will hear the position of Slovakia, we will hear the position of an organization which protects journalists, and we will hear from the publishing house as well, which have been quite critical when voicing their opinions about this act. Let us start. I would like to start with the Commission. Florian.
No, but you don't have your microphone. Okay, so no. Okay, so I'll switch to our State Secretary. Pán štátny, môžeme začať vami? Máte všetko nastavené? Čiže ja vás poprosím, pozícia Slovenska. My už sme počuli, že Slovensko je pozitívne naklonené k návrhu tohto aktu.
We have heard that Slovakia views positively this act. And maybe let us follow up on what Madam Minister said. What we have right now in Slovakia already, what we could maybe improve from the proposal, and what do you think could be improved about the proposal of the act? What could further improve the whole situation? The floor is yours. Yes, I'm not very used to this type of microphone, but I hope that everybody can hear me. So let me first start by saying that the Slovak Republic has an official position. We have approved a preliminary opinion, but regardless of this fact, we have supported the proposal of this European Act since the very beginning. We believe that this is a synergy. When you ask me what we value or what we like, it's especially the protection of sources. Regardless of how great the national legislation can be, we have always talked about how we can protect sources in a cross-border way. So it is not just about protecting journalists by national legislation, by national law, but it is also about what happens when the journalist starts to work internationally. So when a Slovak journalist, for example, travels to another member state, he or she shouldn't necessarily look for the national legislation and find out what the rules in that particular country are. We should have some European rules or standards. So what we believe is essential is the international protection of sources, cross-border protection of sources. That's one aspect. Another aspect is making ownership structures more transparent. Again, this differs from one member state to another. And we could have great national regulation authorities or legislation when they discuss the ownership structures, but when you don't have the bigger picture, when you don't look at the European perspective, you can't protect the plurality of information sources. So what we believe is very important from the perspective of the European Act is that we will have the opportunity to look at the big picture and ensure the plurality of information sources, not just on a local level, by which I mean on a national level or on the level of member states, but also on European level. And after all, the technological giants are the result of the fact that nobody talked about the plurality of sources before, and we even had to invent or create tools to protect media on media platforms, which is quite absurd. And the third thing I would like to mention, something that we, in our official position, have a slight problem with, is that Slovakia is a very small country. So we view very positively that there is regulation of state advertising, but if the threshold is based on a population of 1 million people, for example, Slovakia has 5 million inhabitants in total, we will not be able to use such regulation because no public entity, for example the cities or any other local authorities, will not adhere to this threshold. So we are just talking about the national level, so 5 million people, but no region or city will be able to cross this threshold. So in general, we like the legislation or the proposal, but in this part, we will not be able to implement it because the threshold is very high. So in this, we agree with some of the other member states who say that this exemption is not practicable.
I try to use the time so that everybody gets used to the microphone. I hope I didn't take too much time to speak. No, I think that was great.
And I will address you, Florian, because you're representing the European Commission, which is the originator of the draft, of course. Now, two basic questions. We know that Slovakia is one of the states that are very pro having the European Media Freedom Act. But there are those that are questioning, for example, the legal basis for it. So can you explain the Commission's position on the legal basis for the Act? And of course, then the main purpose, why this Act and why now? Thank you.
Yes, maybe I start with the second question first, Lugos, and then go on to the first question. So we studied various studies and reports that have been brought forward over the last few years. For example, the Media Pluralism Report. For example, the Commission's own Rule of Law reports that have shown to us various problems, various obstacles to the internal media market. Madam Minister, you have mentioned a few. Mr. State Secretary, you have mentioned a few. Journalists that are spied on, which deters journalists and their employers from investing in another member state, from going to another member state to do their job. Public service media that are influenced by the governments, which distorts the competition with private media providers. The media ownership transparency that you mentioned, Mr. State Secretary, that also distorts competition, because if you adhere to transparency standards as a provider, but you are confronted by a media landscape where your competitors might not do it, basically shielding to the public the real intentions behind some reports that are distributed in the media, we have a problem. State advertising was mentioned, an assessment of media market concentrations that is either lacking or maybe does not take into account the impact of such a concentration on media pluralism. And so we want to address all these issues, basically. That's the basis of the European Media Freedom Act. And you might see just as well, we have seen that by addressing these internal market issues, we address at the same time media pluralism, because if a journalist is not deterred anymore from working in another country because he does not have to fear that he could be spied on, we not only have a better investment climate, but we maybe most and for all have a better media pluralism situation. So that's the rationale of the Act, basically, that by addressing the internal market issues, we improve media pluralism and media freedom. And that brings me to your first question, Lugos, the legal basis, because we base this Act on Article 114 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union. I think most of you might know that the European Union cannot just enact a law just because it wants to, but it has to look at the treaty articles and has to see whether there is a competence given to it. And Article 114 talks about the internal market that has to be improved by a proposal that's put forward by the European Commission. And so basically I can continue from what I said before, that all of the provisions of the Act are thought to improve the internal media market, to improve the situation of trans-border investment, of trans-border consumption of media. And if this also then pertains to media pluralism, to media freedom, which taken for itself might be a competence of the member states, it is not prohibited to the European Commission to abstain from such a proposal. So basically, just because the internal market is a media market, to say it a bit more easily maybe, this does not mean that then the European Commission would have to stay apart. And that is something what the opponents see a bit differently. So they say if media is involved, then the European Commission cannot do it. That's a bit simplified now, but basically it is a bit like this. And we say, no, the internal market is involved. And just because it's a media market that is touched by it, this does not bar us from making this proposal.
Perfect. That's clear. Thank you very much. And by the way, I'm a supporter for your information. Julie, can I turn to you now? From the point of view of protection of journalists, what do you think that EMFA is doing right? And is there something that you think that might be done more through this particular legislation?
Well, the EU remains the region of the world where press freedom is and journalists are best protected, but it's true that the situation has deteriorated significantly in recent years. So I think it's time to defend trustworthy journalism, which means free, independent, and rigorous. It is time to do it before it's too late. And at Reporters Without Borders, we believe that the Commission was right to put a Media Freedom Act on the table last September, at a time when journalists and media are under attack in a growing number of countries, member states, and in the face of unfair competition from online platforms and disinformation. So yes, the EMFA is clearly an important step forward for media freedom, for the preservation of democracy, for the preservation of the rule of law. And it shows that the European Union wants to preserve the Union's value against powerful private sector corporations, authoritarian states, and external manipulation. I can go into more details about what we particularly welcome in the EMFA, and also, well, it's not perfect, so there's also some part that we would like to see improved, but I don't know if I'm doing that now, or maybe...
Yes, you can.
Yes, I can. Okay. So, well, what we really think is a good step forward is the recognition of the right to reliable information. So, and also it establishes the necessary safeguards for the exercise of this right, which mean protection for the editorial independence, independence of public service media, protection for the confidentiality of journalistic sources, and also a ban on the use of spyware against journalists. It takes into account the impact of media market transaction on pluralism and editorial independence, and that this is new, and this is very important. And then, last point is the explicit reference in the EMFA recitals to the Journalism Trust Initiative that my colleague mentioned a bit before, as a self-regulatory standard allowing media to identify themselves as such to online platforms, and thus benefit from a specific protection against platform moderation operation. Is also a good step forward. However, there are a lot of good intentions in the text, but there are also some provisions which need to be improved and strengthened, and the proposed legislation is still insufficient in some areas. So I will quickly focus on the most controversial and problematic provision. The editorial independence is crucial, but the Article 6, which is on this editorial independence, should be adapted to secure the independence, but also prohibit conflict of interest. For us, the most important is to ensure independence of the information from undue interest, and also to respect media governance and structure. And the current wording risks jeopardizing well-established liability mechanism at the national level. So this article should be a bit adapted, and we have some clear, detailed suggestion for that, but I'm not going to go into detail. About the second point, which is very discussed now, is the content moderation. So it's Article 17, and we would like to see it slightly modified to safeguard trustworthy media, meaning entities complying with professional and ethical norms against moderation by online platform. The proposed mechanism offers no effective protection against undue withdrawals. It's only prior notification, so it's quite a weak treatment. But at the same time, to have a real special treatment for media content, it is important to avoid disinformation, so it is important that only reliable media can benefit of these specific safeguards against moderation by platforms. So to this end, the criteria of Article 17 for the identifying of media that are eligible to such safeguards should be reinforced. And then we would like, and I will finish by this third point, we would like the EMFA to include a system of protection of the EU's information space. We think that we need to address the asymmetries between open and closed countries, and the current globalization of the information and communication space gives a competitive advantage to despotic regimes in front of democracies. Concretely, Russian disinformation before and during the war in Ukraine prompted the EU to impose urgent sanctions, but now it is essential for the EU to put in place an appropriate and sustainable legal framework for such decision. So we have drafted a system for the protection of the democratic information space, which is based on, first, equal treatment for all audiovisual media broadcasting on European territory, which is not the case now, and secondly, a reciprocity mechanism aiming at the opening of the European public space conditional on a reciprocal opening by third countries of their information space. I won't go into public funding, into the criteria for state advertisement, just to say that we would like to see all forms of public funding of the media in the regulation, and not only public advertising. That is Article 24. Concerning the media board, yes, we think that the board should be able to take initiative to issue opinions, and not only at the request of the Commission. To guarantee journalists against surveillance, there's also some point which should be rewrite to make it stricter. Just to conclude, so yes, the MFA is not perfect. We need to work together to improve it, but not to kill it, because we know that actually there's a lot of criticism, of attacks, and that a lot of industries and member states, including Germany, would like to go business as usual. But business as usual, vision as usual, regulation as usual, solution as usual, in a fully new context will destroy journalism and beyond democracy. So we really need to go beyond the defense of one's own interest or power, and guarantee a truly right to information, and put away the defense of corporatist and partisan issues.
Thank you very much. And I would really like to come back at some point, hopefully we will still have time, to Article 17, and also the regulatory structure, for example, and the protection of European democratic media space. So hopefully we get there, but now I would like to turn to pán Maruška z Asociácie tlačenia digitálnych médií a výkonný riaditeľ teda spoločnosti Ringer na Slovensku.
Mr. Maruška from the Slovak Print and Digital Media Association and Managing Director of Ringer in Slovakia. So publishers are critical to this proposal, so we would now like to hear your views as a representative of the publishers, but also your personal view. Thank you very much. I can summarize what has been said already, but I think the most important part of the comments that the association or the European level association have been summarized by Julie. So we basically agree with what has been said. For us, I want to say we are not against the proposal. We fully support any protection of independent journalism, not only in Slovakia, but also in Europe. So any steps taken in this direction, just like the Media Act in Slovakia, this act is also supported by us, but only to the extent to which it is clear, transparent, and has clear rules. So I don't want to say it's vague, but it's sometimes unclear in its regulation, which provides a huge room for misuse on the national level, and this is what we are afraid of and what we are concerned about. So even if we understand what the European Commission wants to achieve by this, and we know which countries are a bigger aim than Slovakia perhaps, on the other hand, we are concerned about misusing it. What we are concerned about, just very briefly, is exactly what also Julie said. The individual points need to be discussed. All the proposed changes as well have to be discussed and to go into more detail. So to have a clearer explanation of the individual articles and measures which are expected. Because for now, yes, it seems like, yes, we want to do something, but we will leave some room to regulate itself, to regulate it on the levels of the individual countries and member states. So this is what we have a problem with. So for us, we support this as such. We are not against it completely, but not in this form when there are many unclear points, and I think it can be harmful in some countries like Slovakia. If I can continue with this, in the discussions on the European level, we have heard that publishers were pushing for this because the media weren't really regulated, and this is a way to implement a certain basic regulation. But the thing is that the rules are not very fundamental. This is some kind of a movement in the right direction. This is some kind of a basic building block. And if the publishers don't have the protection from this act, they don't want to be regulated. Is it like that? Yes, because at the end of the day, we don't have a feeling that we have some kind of a single media market in Europe. We were discussing the things, the fact that there are some industries and sectors which are regulated clearly, and it makes sense because there are large cultural and political changes or differences among countries. And I think that putting everything under one roof is quite complicated still today. Thank you. I would now like to return to the State Secretary. Well, it already is under one roof. We believe, we as Slovakia believe, if we are talking about market surveillance, this is already under one roof. So we think the advertising and media market is under one roof. After all, the Ministry of Culture has given up some competencies in relation to the media just to be able to create a competent regulator which will not only assess the market part, the financial part, for example, concentrations, but they can also assess the media market from the viewpoint whether there are or there are not any threats to the plurality of information sources. And I would like to return to what Julie said. Yes, a new thing would be assessing the editorial independence within those evaluations, but I think this is an improvement of market surveillance and not a deterioration of that, because this is what we lack, for example. We are viewing this through the prism of the plurality of information sources, and this gives us a new view to the fact that we should be careful if there is someone in the market who is not fine with the editorial independence. They will probably not be successful on the second level. So this basically opens up the space to keep real plurality of information sources, so that this is not normalized in any way. We don't need 200 editorial teams which will publish the same thing, and we will pretend we have a plurality of information sources because there are 200 of them. So I think this is this would be adequate. I would like to comment on what Mr. Maruška said. I understand your concerns, but we have to say that this is the proposal of a regulation. This is not a directive. And we are very happy with the fact that it is a regulation, because there is no room for the member states to change it on the national level. Because unlike the form of a directive, where we say that a member state has to ensure something, and we know the creativity of member states, Slovakia has experience with that you may become too creative in transposing the directive, but this is a regulation where the definitions and the understanding has to be the same, because we also have that is why we also have the Board of Regulators, because they can define the terms so that the definitions are understood in the same way in all the European space. I'm not concerned about the vague character, but the guarantee is that it's a regulation.
We clearly see that we are talking about the protection of journalists, and we see that journalists welcome this initiative, but the publishing houses or the publishers have certain problems with the initiative. So we see that there's some kind of tension or some clash. This is my question for Julie as well, but for the representative of the publisher as well.
Talking about legislation that is protecting journalists, but we are seeing publishers not being very much in favor of it, because it somehow very probably limits their business abilities to some extent. Not that much, we already mentioned that, but to some extent. How do you see this relationship between journalists and their employees?
I think the AMFA is not only about protecting journalists. For me, it's a lot broader than that. It's about it's in a Media Freedom Act. So the idea is to it's more to give people to make sure that people will receive trustworthy information. So it's about press freedom. It's about media freedom. And I mean, it's always very difficult when you have 27 situations to draft a regulation which is convenient for everyone. So I can understand that it's important to listen to the publisher, but I don't really understand why they are so against this Media Freedom Act. I think journalism is facing a multiple crisis, and we need to find new solutions. We need to understand that the EU level is the right level. We need to, go beyond our usual reflex to defend our interest and our market and habits, and to understand that if we do so, journalism will not survive. And I mean also because the online platforms have radically changed a lot of things for news and information. So we really have to adapt. And I think it's possible to discuss with publishers and find some compromise. I mean, it's true that the intention, for example, for editorial independence, the text, the intention is good. Editorial independence is crucial. but the wording can effectively be problematic in terms of liabilities. I think it's very important to discuss and to find some solution, because we need this European Freedom Act for the European Union, for the citizen, for the democracy.
Thank you. Pan Maruška.
Mr. Maruška. I'm just thinking about how to help, because we see that we have many comments or reservations, and we would expect a bigger support. We talked about the big online platforms, and when we look at the Slovak perspective, now I'm speaking on behalf of Slovak publishers, we know in our association who are our members. So we represent media which do not support conspiracy theories and so on and so forth, but we fight with dissemination of the content. We have social media, we have different online channels and so on, which hinder us from disseminating the content. This is what we need. We need to clearly define the right of publication or the publishing. This is what we talked about. We need to have some guarantee that our content will be delivered to users. Of course, if they want to, if they don't want to read our messages, they don't have to. But if the user is interested in the content, we need to be a trustworthy publisher, and we need to be supported in negotiations with the large platforms. We also want to make the measurements more transparent. And I'm quite worried of the implementation on the national level in this part, because every member state has different methods of measuring print media, TV media, and so on. And even today, the media which are of high quality, or not all the media of high quality, have sufficient funds to afford measurements. And now we will have a new regulation that will push on the publishers to join some measurements or to carry out measurements, which is quite limiting for some of them. And I think that even on the technical level, it's not clear how this will be done. So yes, I understand that there will be some board that will provide guidelines or explain the methods, but the idea of making it identical for 27 member states, I'm quite worried about that. If we want to push on publishers to be measured, we believe that international platforms should also be transparent and to show the measurements so that we see what basis of people or users they have. And I think that this will be a very difficult fight. Thank you very much. Yes, I think that this is a different topic for discussion, but yes, in EMFA we see this topic. We have Article 17 in the proposal, which includes improved methods of moderating the content. This is something which used to be called media exemption, which we discussed in the Audiovisual Media Directive. And we know that Germany is one of the countries which criticized the former proposal and this one as well, because they asked media to be exempted from moderating the content on platforms, so which of course results in great worries about disinformation and conspiracy theories and platforms which could not be regulated. In the current proposal, in Article 17, we see some of the issues or some of the topics discussed, but my question is, can we do more? Can we do more for improving the disparity between the media and platforms? My question, of course, goes to Florian, but the others as well. So Mr. Maruška has just said that talked about the algorithms.
On the platforms. And I think, or I remember the hopes when we were talking about Media Freedom Act before the draft was made public, that maybe this act also could go in that direction. How to ensure that the algorithms can support public service content or content of public interest. But there's nothing like that in the draft. Do you see any kind of room for this kind of improvement?
Yes, these are, in my opinion, two a little bit different topics, Lubos. Like the algorithms, I rather think about the prominence regime, and Article 17 about suspension or restriction of content, I think, is a little bit a different topic. So this is, of course, a very interesting provision, also dogmatically, because here we have to strike a balance between the rights of media service providers, the interests of the public, on the one side, and the rights of the platforms on the other, the freedom to conduct business of the Charter. And we now put forward a proposal which consists actually of quite a bit of different steps and parts. It's for one part, the procedural right for media service providers that if a platform decides to delete a certain part of content because it violates their terms and conditions, that the platform has to inform the media service provider by all possible means before the suspension takes effect. Of course, this could be stronger. You could say a platform is not allowed to delete content at all from a certain media service provider. But since we talk about the violation of the terms and conditions of the platform, as I said, there is some conflict with their rights, basically. But I think it is important to also look at the further paragraphs of that provision and to say that if something is deleted, the media service provider has priority when it complains against the platform. If this happens frequently, there has to be a dialogue between the platform and the media service provider. And the platform every year has to publish a report why it deleted content of a media service provider, which in our opinion should spark a public discussion if this happens, why a platform has terms and conditions that, for example, prohibits this or that to be distributed. So I think it is important to not just look at this one incident where it might happen that a certain piece of content is deleted by a platform and the media service provider didn't have the time to react timely to bring its arguments before the very large online platform and persuade it from not deleting it, but that in the medium and long term a culture basically develops that this should not happen. This having said, it is a provision which has to balance rights, so that's why this provision is discussed in the Council right now, actually with a lot of interest by several member states. And of course there are these two instances where you can change the provision, or like mostly these two instances. The one was mentioned by Julie, I think, when you look at which media service provider is actually protected by this provision. Do we restrict the number of media service providers, the categories of media service providers that are protected? This is one possibility that can be thought on, and the other one is the rights that then emanate for the media service providers, where of course it can also be considered to strengthen the position of media service providers a bit more, while still respecting also the rights of the online platforms, and also while still taking into account their and also the public's interest to fight disinformation, which also should not be hampered. Yes, maybe you also allow me, Lubos, to
Sure.
just quickly, because it was very at the beginning that Mr. Kutas, the State Secretary, mentioned the provision on state advertising and also mentioned the threshold. And there I would just like to clarify that any national or regional authority that gives out advertising is covered by this provision. So the threshold of 1 million of a population of 1 million only applies to local governments,
Yeah.
which again is a balancing basically of administrative burden on the one side and the interests of transparency on the other side. You mentioned it, Mr. State Secretary, there is discussion in the Council as well. You have some member states that defend this threshold. You have other member states like Slovakia that would like it to be deleted. I mean, we're in the middle of the negotiations, so a conference like this is exactly to discuss about this and to see what solution is best in the end.
Thank you. And if I may come back to media privilege or media exemption, whatever you call it, Julie mentioned Journalism Trust Initiative and the problem of recognizing the quality media according to the criteria now in the ENFA. So how would you like to improve it? And do you see initiatives like JTI, Journalism Trust Initiative, initiatives that can gather what we can call quality media, although it might be a bit loaded term, but still those media that have procedures, editorial procedures that can ensure that what is going on is not made up information, but actually quality information. So do you think any connection with that?
Well, I wouldn't say quality media, I would say reliable media, because, yes, I mean, it's not a question of quality, media should be reliable.
That's why I said loaded term.
Yes, I mean, currently, the Article 17 give a weak preferential treatment to a lot of media. And we would prefer to have a stronger preferential treatment for a more selective, trustworthy media. That for us, it makes more sense, because there it's not so useful. I mean, yeah, it's not the right balance. For example, one way is when with the Article 17, paragraph 1, so it's the eligible criteria for media. The criteria, it says or, and we would like to add an and, because so we will have eligible media. They will have to comply with both national regulatory requirements and with co-regulatory or self-regulatory mechanism governing editorial standards, such as JTI. So that will, it's just one word, but it makes the selection, or not the selection, but the eligible media a very much stronger. And concerning the Journalism Trust Initiative, I'm not sure I have time to explain it, but the idea, into details, the idea is not to, it's really about reliable journalistic sources. It's not a judgment or on the content. It's about the process of making information. It's the standards, so it's applying professional and ethical rules. And what we would really like to see, and you said a word about it, it's to oblige, to have an obligation for the platforms to ensure the promotion of reliable journalistic sources of information in their algorithm. Because today it's very, I mean, it's like an information chaos where online you have opinion, you have disinformation, you have everything. It's more or less, it's not even at the same level. There is an advantage for rumors, opinion, disinformation, and there is a competitive disadvantage for journalism, for reliable journalistic sources. So we think that it is very important to reverse this situation, and an obligation to the platform would be, for us, a really good solution. And then they could, to do that, they could use JTI as a tool to promote the reliable sources of information. JTI is whatever. It works online. It's machine readable, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And that's coming to my previous question about the algorithms and the prominence. So do you see any room for that in ENFA?
Well, I would first like to mention, because maybe not everyone is aware of it, that Article 7a of the Audiovisual Media Service Directive explicitly gives the right to the member state to install regimes like this, the prominence regimes. Germany, which has been mentioned several times already today, is actually one of the member states that took the opportunity to install such a prominence regime. And the prominence regime is also, I think, something which is, which deserves a debate, let's say. And so I think it makes sense for maybe smaller member states, other member states, to look at the German and also like other member states example. How does this work? Do we want to take the possibility as well to install such regimes? It might therefore be a bit premature, given that the Audiovisual Media Services Directive was actually just transposed by most of the member states. It's a very recent piece of law, to now introduce a provision in EMFA and oblige everyone to. But
I would just mention that AVMSD, the directive is only about audiovisual content, and we are talking now about press content, so to say. So there is no prominence no prominence legislated for press publishers. So that's kind of an addition. If
that's
there might
of course
be
true. That's of course true, Luboš. But still, I think it's still valid what I said, that since it is a subject which is not too easy, I think, to promote some content over other content, that it might be worth to look at the examples in other member states that were just basically enacted, because the Audiovisual Media Services Directive is so recent, to see how does this work, and then to see also, do I want to extend this maybe to press content? And so I would say that for that reason, it's maybe a bit premature to now think in EMFA to introduce such a provision. Just with a look at the clock, I would like to ask you whether I could also react to the editorial independence issue that we had before Article 17. Actually.
Go on, please.
Yeah, because here I just want to make sure that we struck a balance between the overall editorial line that any publisher should of course retain, which is also made clear in recitals 20 and 21. Mr. State Secretary, you said it, I think, correctly. We don't want to have 200 outlets that report the same thing, that have the same line. No, this line should be different if the publisher wants it to be different from another outlet, from another publication. What we want is to prevent the famous call of the owner to say this specific piece of content, that's also the wording of the recital, this specific piece of content I don't want to have in my publication. Cases like this happened in Europe, in member states where you might not think about it. So that's what we want to prevent. We do not want to change the liability regimes of newspaper outlets, because someone who decides on the content in a given piece of a newspaper, for example, who has to look whether this and that content is legal, that person is usually someone who is involved in the daily editorial work of the newspaper, to daily decide whether the content is legal. And everyone who is involved in the daily editorial work is covered by our proposal, whether that person is called editor in the respective language, or whether he or she has another description or another term.
Thank you. A toto ukončuje náš prvý panel.
And this concludes our first panel on European Media Freedom Act, because I promised the organizers that we will conclude at 11. It's 11 sharp, so I'd like to thank Julie Majerčák, Florian Schreier, Michal Maruška, and Radoslav Kutaš for being here today with us. Thank you very much, and have a nice rest of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can hear me also behind the corner. We will continue with the second panel, so I would like to ask you to return to your seats shortly. The second panel is dealing with the strategic lawsuits against public participation. The moderator will be Željko Martin Sampor, the Vice Chair of the Council of Europe Committee of Experts on Strategic Lawsuits Against Public Participation. The panelists include Kultura Kusari, Head of the Legal Support Program at the European Centre for Press and Media Freedom, Matthew Caruana Galizia, Director of the Daphne Caruana Galizia Foundation, Lita Puntner, State Secretary of the Ministry of Justice of the Slovak Republic, and Eva Kováčová, attorney via Juris. We can start. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome our ladies. I hope the gentlemen will join us soon. I would like to ask the participants to come to the room. We have to start because Ms. Kultura Kusari will have to leave us because she has a another meeting. So not to take up too much time, I would like to ask her for a presentation on SLAPP lawsuits. She will talk about the whole process of SLAPPs, how it got into the awareness of the public and the legislative body. So the floor is yours.
Ja nemám prezentáciu. Ja tiež nemám. Takže my sedíme tu.
Test. Is it working? Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Ministry of Culture, Mr. Sampor, and all your colleagues for inviting us. And also, I would like to thank Media Freedom Coalition, together with Kingdom of the Netherlands and Canada, for convening the conference. Before I start my presentation, I would like to apologize in advance. I'll have to leave in 15 minutes. That's because we're here with a delegation of international press freedom organizations. We're meeting with the president, and there was no way to change the meeting time, so I do apologize in advance. Matthew Caruana Galizia is joining us in a few minutes, and he will be able to respond to potential questions because we work together. I'm here in my capacity as a legal advisor of the European Centre for Press and Media Freedom, and also as a member of the steering committee of the case, the first European anti-SLAPP coalition in Europe. And now, in the next few minutes, what I'll do is I'll provide an overview of how we established the biggest European anti-SLAPP movement in Europe. Now, everything started when Daphne Caruana Galizia was assassinated in 2017. As the information about her was emerging, we realized that she was facing, apart from different types of threats, she was facing up to 50 defamation lawsuits. Active defamation lawsuits. She was spending a lot of her final days, unfortunately, in court defending her work. We knew that this was not normal. We knew that journalists should not spend their days in court. They should spend their days doing what they're supposed to do, which is journalism. So we started to ask questions. Whether this big number of defamation lawsuits is a norm, whether it's happening to other journalists, whether this is a standard in a lot of media outlets across Europe, we had little answers. What happened meantime, few politicians, especially David Casa, the Maltese member of the European Parliament, started to ask the European Commission to react to anti-SLAPP, to strategic lawsuits against public participation. These are lawsuits which aim at intimidating and censoring journalists, activists, and other public watchdogs. These are unfounded legal claims which aim is to drag journalists into courts, force them to spend a lot of time and money, and this shifting their attention from journalism to defending their work. It has become a problem, and we have now enough data to show that this is a problem. So David Casa started to ask the European Commission to react. He sent a letter to the then Vice President mentioning the case of Daphne and asking him to react to SLAPPs. Later, on 13th of June 2018, there was a meeting at the European Parliament with members of the European Parliament and civil society actors. Again, there was a clear demand towards the European Commission to react to SLAPPs. Now, meantime, we knew that this topic was there. It was 5 of us, together with Matthew, Julie from Reporters Without Borders, Camille from EFJ, Sarah, Tom, etc., we were discussing amongst each other whether there is anything we can do, whether there is legal base, whether the Commission has the competence to address SLAPPs, etc. And we had very little answers. So we commissioned the Aberdeen University to provide the legal analysis. And the question was whether the EU has competence to address SLAPPs. Here we are in Aberdeen University discussing about this, the need for legal analysis, which was indeed drafted, and then it was presented before the European Commission. Now, this is an event that took place on 12th of November, organized by ECPMF and partners, and the idea was to have a meeting with 20, maximum 30 representatives of the political sector, but also civil society. More than 100 participants registered. And this was a clear signal to us that there was interest to address this topic. What followed next was that the 4 or 5 of us, we were struggling to organize ourselves. That is because, first and foremost, this was something that we did pro bono on our own time. I have a full-time job at ECPMF as a legal advisor. We provide financial support to journalists being sued, so I had to administer that fund. And at the same time, we had to work on anti-SLAPP. So we were very lucky to have Charlie Holt from Greenpeace International, who joined us and helped us organize. This is a person who has a lot of experience in the United States on countering SLAPPs, so he brought that experience here. And here we are in November, just before the global COVID lockdown, where we discussed our plan, our annual plan, how to go about it. And then after this, basically there was nothing to stop us in working in this field. First and foremost, it was very important to document SLAPPs. When we spoke to politicians, especially, but not only, and we told them that there is a problem with SLAPPs, the first question was, we need data. So we used 2 platforms, Mapping Media Freedom and Council of Europe platform on safety of journalists to document legal threats against journalists. And then in a matter of a year, we already had quite a lot of information, which reflected in the annual reports of Council of Europe's Council of Europe platform on safety of journalists annual report. This year, a report will have additional chapters on SLAPPs. And then, of course, we continue to work with European Commission, Council of Europe, European Parliament, OSCE, and all stakeholders, especially at European level, which we thought could have an impact. We were very, very happy to have Dunja Mijatovic, Human Rights Commissioner of Council of Europe, to be amongst the first persons within Council of Europe to ask the Council of Europe to react to SLAPPs. And then this was followed up by the Council of Europe at various levels. We'll hear more about that. On 1st of December, the case asked the EU, and we propose, in fact, a model directive on EU. And if you see the current proposal is very similar to what we propose, which makes us very, very happy. On 3rd of December, the EU reacted by establishing an expert group against SLAPPs. Matthew, who is here, and myself, we're a member of the group, and we're advising the European Commission not only on the proposed directive, but we advise them on the recommendation and what is more important now in the implementation phase. On 26th of March, we officially launched CASE, the Coalition Against SLAPPs in Europe. This coalition now brings around 200 representatives, which is journalists, civil society actors, professors, former judges, etc. The event took place on 26th of March. And this is the way, you can't see the details, but this is just to explain to you how the case works. First and foremost is a very intensive work. It's almost full-time for a lot of us. The case is coordinated by Daphne Caruana Galicia Foundation, which are doing an amazing job, because bringing together around 200 representatives from various stakeholders is quite challenging. We've organized the case on various working groups. We have advocacy working groups, campaign working groups, legal working groups, communication, and now we have also national working group, which means in different countries, let's say Germany, Spain, Belgium, France, we have national working groups consisting of civil society representatives, which are following developments at national level and also pushing for especially legislative changes. This is one of the meetings. We have men as members of CASE, but this is mainly women, this picture. And on 26th of March, we already had established contacts with Council of Europe, asked them to react, and then we officially contacted them, sent a legal memo asking them to come up with a self-standing recommendation on anti-SLAPP. There are a lot of documents and recommendations from the Council of Europe hinting to anti-SLAPP measures, etc., but we propose to have a self-standing recommendation. Now, meantime, we need to work with journalists and other public watchdogs, and we do this in various forms. We do this by providing support, financial support. Journalists who are sued can contact us, and we find a way, somehow, to provide financial support to cover lawyers' fees. We support them with legal advice. We support them especially in denouncing SLAPPs, and this is very important. Now, for a long time, journalists were kind of either shy to share this, to share cases of SLAPPs, or they feared consequences. And together, especially with Matthew, we spend a lot of time convincing journalists to come forward, because we can't address SLAPPs if we don't know that those lawsuits exist and if we cannot document them. Now, for those coming forward and speaking and telling us about SLAPPs, we make sure that those who use SLAPPs as a strategy to censor, especially journalists, we make sure to name and shame them. That is including lawyers. So what we do is we organize the European SLAPP contest every year. We had it last year, and we had it also this year. And we give awards to Litigation Addict of the Year, to Bully Lawyers of the Year, International Bully of the Year, Corporate Bully of the Year, SLAPP Politician of the Year. So if you have people who deserve such awards, please get in touch. We would be very happy to nominate them. On 11th of November 2021, the European Parliament also reacted by issuing an INI report. It's an own initiative report calling on the European Commission to react to SLAPPs. 23rd of November 2021, we had a special report from OSCE media representative in Vienna, again denouncing SLAPPs and also showing that this is already a problem in a lot of member states of OSCE region. On 1st January 2022, we had the first meeting. This is a picture from the first meeting of MSI-SLP. The Council of Europe reacted towards our request by establishing a committee together with Martin. We're a member of the committee, and we're currently drafting the first self-standing recommendation on anti-SLAPP of the Council of Europe. We have a good draft. Let's see how things will progress this year. But if everything goes fine, then by the end of this year, most likely beginning of the next year, we'll have also a recommendation from Council of Europe. This is a picture taken before the European Commission, where colleagues from different organizations sent a petition to Vera Jourova, signed by more than 200,000 individuals across the European Union, asking the European Commission to react to SLAPPs. On 15th of March 2022, we had the first case of the European Court of Human Rights, which refers to SLAPPs. It's not it's just a minor reference, but it's a very important signal for us. Or the way I understand personally is that basically the European Court of Human Rights knows about SLAPP. They're following developments, and they're preparing somehow to deal with SLAPPs. This is 27th of April 2022, where the European Commission launched the first package on anti-SLAPP. This is a draft directive and a recommendation. There we're the Case Coalition welcoming the package together with Vera Jourova, and I would like to praise her publicly because we consider her a friend. She's been very responsive towards our requests and suggestions, not only with regard to anti-SLAPP. So we're very lucky to work with politicians like Vera Jourova. On September of 2022, we had the first annual conference on anti-SLAPP, where we issued an anti-SLAPP declaration with clear calls for action. It was an event attended by more than 300 participants in Strasbourg, and we plan to do the same in next year. It will be every two years. On the same day, we had the second European SLAPP contest with some winners. Judge Hrvoje Zovko in Croatia got the Bully Lawyer of the Year, the Corporate Bully of the Year, Afriland First Bank, and then SLAPP Politician of the Year, Grigoris Dimitriadis, etc. Again, if there are good candidates from Slovakia, please do not hesitate to let us know. We'll make sure to include them. Now, I said that there is already some work being done at national level. We already have initiatives from Lithuania, Malta, Ireland, and the UK with regard to national legislation. Some are very good, some not that good, but what is important is that we're working with them in order to make sure that the national measures reflect first the already established standards by the recommendation of the EC, but also it reflects requests from civil society at national level. Upcoming work, and I'll conclude with this. So first and foremost, we expect member states to start implementing the recommendation on anti-SLAPP. And I would like to ask journalists to help us put positive pressure on governments to address the recommendation. We know some countries that are already putting some measures, but more is needed. The EU next will be also adaptation of the proposed directive. We hope Slovak government will fully support the proposed directive. And then we have the upcoming Council of Europe recommendation. And the final remark, perhaps, just on Case Coalition, will continue to offer practical support for journalists, document SLAPPs, and work with government across Europe to address SLAPPs. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Vultura. I assume you have to run immediately? Okay. So Matthew will stand up to add additional question. So since we are without Vultura now, let me address our other panelists, other guests. And Vultura made a good example how this entire thing with SLAPP started, with moving into the legislation. But I don't know, is it clear to everyone what SLAPP actually is? So, I'll switch for a minute to Slovak.
In general, it's a bit problematic to define SLAPPs. So, could we first say that in general it's the misuse of law to threaten somebody and to prevent them from informing the public or participating in public affairs, for example, by setting the compensation as a very high amount of money so that the person does not continue in their efforts. This makes the journalist's life more complicated and it threatens them. Ms. Kovačechová, I would like to ask you if you have experience with SLAPPs in Slovakia, as they are not defined very clearly, but this does not mean that they are not here, of course. Thank you very much for the floor. We have lots of experience in Slovakia, despite the fact that we see that in Europe the situation is worsening and we see more and more SLAPPs across Europe. We have started discussing this topic a few years ago. We even conducted a survey with persons from justice, like judges and so on, in this area. And this was 10 or 15 years ago, when the main reason or the main problem that we saw was that the amounts that these public personalities received in these SLAPP lawsuits were millions of Slovak crowns back then, so hundreds of thousands of euros. And the courts, district courts and other courts said that they should receive this money. And sometimes the Constitutional Court or the Supreme Court then finally stopped these sentences, but we saw legal sentences by courts where the media had to pay large amounts of money to public figures, for example, to politicians like Mr. Jan Slota, who received a lot of money from journalists in lawsuits. But this also concerned other public figures like Mr. Harabin, a judge, who even publicly said that he was able to buy a flat for the money that he received in court. So the amounts of money that the media had to pay were really tremendous. In addition, these are the civil lawsuits, which were used very frequently, I would say. And today, when we relaunched the discussion, because a few years ago we saw that the courts and judges finally understood that the freedom of speech and the freedom of expression is much larger than what they thought before. But apart from the civil lawsuits, we also have criminal lawsuits and criminal prosecution, but maybe we will discuss this in a minute. Okay, thank you very much, Madam State Secretary. What about the Ministry of Justice? Do you have methods how to monitor these SLAPP lawsuits, or what stage are you in? Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Unfortunately, we don't have an efficient tool to monitor such SLAPP lawsuits, given the fact that the topic of SLAPPs is quite a new topic for us. As we have heard in the introduction as well, the European Union and the European Commission is trying to work with this problem and to deal with it. So we believe that we will be able then to transpose the directive which is being discussed. Currently, there are negotiations taking place about the very text, the formulation of the directive on the level of experts. The proposal itself was published in April last year, together with the recommendations. The position of the Slovak Republic is that we see positively these efforts, and we actively participate in the negotiations. However, I must say that we have only data from the General Prosecutor's Office, but the data are very limited because we don't have data about the business lawsuits, for example. We have only data about the criminal lawsuits, where journalists are the defendants. And last year, it was around 10 cases in which the General Prosecutor's Office could identify that those particular cases are SLAPP lawsuits. Of course, this does not include the human rights activists, and the proposal of the directive also deals with this area or this group of people, so human rights activists who disseminate information important for public life and for the public interest, which can be interesting for the public. The Ministry of Justice has been very active in the negotiation process. I must say that the process of negotiations is very lengthy. The Swedish presidency is very ambitious and they want to conclude these negotiations by the end of their presidency. However, I'm slightly worried that this might not happen at the end. All member states agree on the goals of the directive, so protecting trustworthy journalists against bullying by the people using SLAPP lawsuits. However, member states do not agree on the wording itself in many parts. We discussed whether Slovakia could not adopt national legislation before the European Parliament approves the directive, or, for example, whether Slovakia could publish some recommendations. However, we believe that this would not be very beneficial. We believe that first we should agree on the international or European level. We should agree on definitions and the specific elements, and only then cover the national legislation, although we know that some member states have this ambition of adopting national legislation first. Yes, thank you very much. The Ministry of Culture also works on this issue. We have great cooperation with Ministry of Justice, and as you said, it's very difficult to work on the wording itself because it's quite a new topic for legislation, although it's an old topic for human rights activists and for other people who have to face these lawsuits.
Actually, the entire situation after the death of your mother, but also before, because she faced those lawsuits before, was one of the main impulses that started this entire avalanche about the SLAPPs that is a problem. So if you can tell us about your experience with the SLAPP suits, both your family and your mother, and how did it affect work and private life?
My mother started writing when I was very young, maybe about 3 years old, 2 years old. And from the beginning, I remember her having to go to court to face defamation suits, articles in the newspaper that she was being sued. And the result for me personally was that I thought that this was something normal, that any journalist had to deal with something like that. It was only when I started working with journalists from the US and the UK that I realized that this is not normal at all. And it was only when we were faced with the fallout of the murder itself, where right after my mother was murdered, before we even buried what was left of her body, my brothers and I were in court defending my mother's estates against the defamation suits that had been filed against her, because 46 of them were inherited by my family. It was only then that I realized how serious the problem had become. Before that, my attitude was just, you know, you sort of roll with the punches, it's part of the work that a journalist has to do, really. It comes with the territory, but I realized that that is not the case at all. It has reached an extreme point where defamation suits are being sort of mass-produced by quite powerful law firms working for quite powerful clients who really have no evidence to defend their clients in many cases. The defamation suit itself is just designed as a process that tortures the journalist. Even if they do have the evidence, the whole experience of going to court, having to put up a fight, the expenses that you have to pay, that very often your publisher, your newspaper, your media organization is not going to pay themselves. That whole experience makes you say to yourself, you know what, I'm just going to stop. And it also sends a signal to other journalists that if they try doing the same thing, they are going to have to deal with the same kind of torture. And of course, that deters other journalists. So it goes beyond making the life of a journalist complicated to effectively putting the brakes on journalism completely. It's like a handbrake. And this is, of course, what we want to fight back against. As investigative journalists have become better at their work, the defamation threat against them has actually increased because we've become better at collaborating. Investigations like the Panama Papers, Paradise Papers show how effective collaborative cross-border investigations are. You have journalists in the Netherlands working with journalists in Slovakia and the US and Panama and so on. These investigations actually become even more effective than those conducted or coordinated by Europol, let's say, because the journalists can work faster, have more evidence at their fingertips, bring more information to light. Of course, we need police to then follow up. But these collaborative investigations are really pushing the boundaries of what is possible. But because the people that are being investigated are quite powerful, working at a global level and international level, I mean, we're talking about oligarchs, organized crime syndicates, human traffickers, and so on. It means that they have very powerful legal resources at their disposal, unlimited funds from the point of view of a journalist or a media house that is working with a very limited budget, to throw whatever legal resources they want behind a vexatious defamation threat. And this is crucial, they can pick the jurisdiction. If you're a journalist working in Slovakia and you're an oligarch who has some minor business interest in Germany, you can sue in Germany and then seek to have the judgment enforced in Slovakia, which is, of course, a situation that is very, I mean, unequal from the point of view of a Slovak defendant, let's say. So for us, this is one of the crucial points, the protection from cross-border defamation lawsuits.
Thank you very much. That is exactly the point, because many are asking, because European Union, the recommendation on SLAP, recommendation now, I mean the directive, actually concerns mainly trans-border SLAPs, and many were asking, like, why deal with the trans-border defamation? But in many cases, just as Matthew said, in Malta, the one who sues will look for more favorable legal environment when they can ask for greater penalties, that we can grasp for greater damages. Už som sa mohol opýtať, som vrátil späť, pani doktorke Čechovčovej, že
if I can return to Dr. Kovačechová, in your practice, the lawsuits are directed more at our home courts, or are the trans-border lawsuits also used that the jurisdiction is elsewhere and that the Slovak journalist is sued? Well, our experience is that these are especially national courts which deal with this kind of lawsuits or requests from publicly active persons. And basically, I think almost all of those that we monitored in Via Juris were lawsuits from the territory of Slovakia. But it's also true that then we already knew that these are not the normal lawsuits for the protection of the personality as they are understood in Slovakia. And this is the basic problem, I think, that in general, in the public, this is one of the types of lawsuits which are common. And because only at present we have discussions about lawsuits to intimidate your opponents, this is something we have to discuss. And I think it's important to differentiate between these types of lawsuits. This is not something which is justified, but it's a tool how to silence someone, whether it be a journalist or people from NGOs. We know that especially people from NGOs face this kind of lawsuits in different countries like Malaysia, Australia, Canada, the US. And basically this is quite a common tool used by large supranational corporations, especially in the field of protecting the environment, where they are trying to silence these non-governmental organizations. Yes, well, that is the problem, that the financial power of the claimant is used to put pressure on the activists or journalists. From your experience in the court proceedings, do you think that courts are able or willing to differentiate the between the misuse of legislation and to close it quickly, or do we need some new legislative measure to improve the situation? Do we need to define SLAPP, or is it sufficient to train people from the courts and so on, or we need a general discussion? Well, I think we need a special legislation. Courts cannot give preference to any case. They should proceed continuously as they get the cases. Of course, there may be things which have some deadlines which need to be put first, but the law doesn't make it possible to prefer any case and to decide fast in one certain case and not in the others. But I think we need legislation, which will define these lawsuits and give capacity to the courts to decide quickly in these cases. Because, well, one thing is that the amounts that have to be paid in damages are very high, and they can be critical for the journalists, but it's also important that the journalists don't have to use their money just to defend in court. Only the fact that the case takes several months or years in Slovakia, it's intimidating enough to make sure that we need to deal with these kind of lawsuits. Thank you. What Matthew also mentioned and what you are saying is that the lawsuits, even though the amount claimed can be high, but the main pressure tool is the length and the fees of court proceedings. Because the claimant doesn't really intend to be successful, they just want to complicate the life of the journalist, of the civic association. State Secretary, for you a similar question. Do you think that the current legal tools are sufficient to prevent such activities, or do we need something to speed up the proceedings? The Ministry of the Interior thinks that these two documents will need legislative changes, and of course legislative changes needed in the civil code of proceedings and also the private law. I think these two laws will have to be recast, will have to be amended, and this will need to happen also in light of the recently adopted directive, because it will need to be transposed until 2 years of its coming into effect, so we count with that. However, these two documents which are mentioned, the recommendation on the one hand and the directive on the other, we need to understand that recommendations go further than the directive itself, because the directive of the European Parliament only deals with the civil and business law lawsuits, misusing lawsuits, and which are against public participation, but with a cross-border element. But the recommendations, of course, are directed also to the internal legal conflicts, legal proceedings, which don't have to have this cross-border element. So we in the Ministry of Justice count with this, and as regards some kind of a special training, of course in the recommendations, but also the directive or the draft directive certainly include a reference to a need to train people working in legal professions, whether it be employees of the justice on all levels of justice, whether these are prosecutors, investigators, but also people performing other legal professions, so that they are able to know when this is this kind of a strategic lawsuit directed against journalists or the activities of a journalist or against the activities of human rights activists. For this reason, the Slovak Republic should also open national contact points which would be tasked with collecting as much information as possible, to have them all in one place, and then for the information to be provided to the public, but especially to the defendants. So these are the tasks for the Slovak Republic. So there is the training, the legislative activities, but also the collection of data and information. Thank you very much also for mentioning the national contact point. I think that's quite important also for reasons of raising awareness of the victims, but also the lawyers who are defending them.
Civil proceedings and lawsuit. Do you have any experience about SLAP in the form of criminal proceedings, criminal investigation, administrative persecution?
Yes, quite a lot actually. So criminal defamation still existed in Malta up until 2018. What was interesting is that my mother was one of, I think she was the only journalist up until her murder who had ongoing criminal defamation cases. Malta has the longest criminal procedures in the European Union by a really wide margin, so it's not unusual for criminal cases to go on for a decade, let's say. So some stretched back to the early 2000s. In 2017, the OSCE intervened in Malta, and the government proposed new legislation that said, okay, we'll end criminal defamation except for ongoing cases. And all of the ongoing cases were obviously against my mother. So it was very clear that the government was, I mean, intent on making her life as difficult as possible, and this was the sole purpose for this extra piece of legislation. Of course, all lawyers said, look, this is impossible. You can't prosecute someone for a law that doesn't exist. The OSCE agreed, so that was eventually dropped, and Malta ended up with no criminal defamation law. But it was really only thanks to the intervention of international institutions. If it weren't for that, it would have continued as it was. The real risk, obviously, is that you end up with a custodial sentence. For any journalist, this is a nightmare. I mean, if you have a family, or even if you don't, the very idea that you would end up in jail because of what you write, because of how you express yourself in a non-violent way which doesn't incite hatred or anything like that is just, I mean, incompatible with democracy, I think. So I'm very glad that that's over and done with. And I really encourage states to follow the recommendation which recommends the removal of custodial sentences for criminal defamation.
Yeah, exactly. The criminal procedures is additional stress. As a civil one usually puts financial burden, criminal puts certain financial burden, but also great psychological burden, because you can't have certainty that it won't end up one way or another, and it's sort of a stigma on a person, the public one.
For certain. I mean, what is most important is the removal of custodial sentences, because in some member states of the European Union, I mean, the sort of idea of reputation and you know, that it has a very long history, and I mean it's established, let's say, so very difficult to do away with completely. From the point of view of someone who has experience with this kind of thing, I mean, it's the custodial sentences which are the most frightening. Otherwise, apart from that, it can be cheaper to fight back against criminal defamation than civil defamation.
But you bear a public stigma that is greater than civil.
That's
and even if you are not sentenced as guilty, you still have that stigma that you've been prosecuted. There is the shadow or suspicion over the person. So.
And in some in some countries, it's not a member state, Switzerland. it's very easy to trigger criminal defamation proceedings, and this is a big problem for journalists that are working on investigations into corruption and money laundering because of Switzerland's status as an offshore banking jurisdiction. It ends up being a nexus in these investigations, but working with Swiss journalists is almost impossible because just reporting on something that comes from a leak that is tied to a Swiss national's financial affairs can result in them being prosecuted. So, I mean, it has made this kind of work quite difficult.
Thank you. Madam State Secretary, you already actually, paní štátna tajemnička, už jste...
Madam State Secretary, you have mentioned the defamation. In this context, I would like to ask what you also pointed to, where you see the overlap of SLAPS with the criminal law in Slovakia, because SLAPS, in the context of what the EU recommendation deals with, or the directive, is relevant to the civil law level. But SLAPS, that is basically the misuse of law for intimidation, but this is not happening only in civil cases, but also in criminal cases. So I guess this is the opportunity for the national states to broaden this. We are trying to include this on the level of the Council of Europe. So do you see any overlaps here? Yes, of course. Criminal law is probably the strongest area where intimidation is possible for some professions. And that's why I'm really glad that I can announce that currently the draft amendment of the criminal law, which already went through the interministerial commenting procedure, and it was also approved by the Legislative Council. Now it will come to the government, and if the government approves the draft, it will go to the parliament, and it deals with this area. The Slovak Republic has been criticized for a long time because the merit of the crime of defamation is the most strict in Slovakia. The crime of defamation is connected with very high sanctions of imprisonment, of custodial sentences. I think that ultima ratio only using the criminal law should be justified when the aim cannot be fulfilled in any other way. So the current amendment of the criminal law, criminal code, changes the crime of defamation significantly, and from a threatening crime we need to have a crime which has some impact. So it's required that the perpetrator who spreads an untrue piece of information has to have the intention to cause real damage, and we need the real damage as well. I'm sorry that the State Secretary Sepesi is not sitting here because he's responsible for criminal law, and he's also a prosecutor of the General Prosecutor's Office. For this initiative of amending the criminal code, he approached almost 120 experts from the field of criminal law who worked on this amendment. He would provide you with a much better explanation, but I will try to explain a bit. So for the crime of defamation, the custodial sentence will no longer be possible. The preference will be given to other forms of punishment. We also have an article dealing with a special motive. So for any crime, if it's done for a special motive, because someone has a certain professional, like a journalist or healthcare provider, because during COVID also healthcare professionals were being intimidated because of vaccinations. So this this article is changing, and people who are attacked when performing their profession will be protected, and their protection will be preferred. For this amendment, we also prefer restorative justice, which means alternative punishments. For this defamation crime, there should be other forms of punishment. Of course, the custodial sentence will be possible in some special cases, but not to the extent that it is possible now. So not in several years, but perhaps 7 days, 30 days, and so on. So this will be very short sentences, but each time this would need to be an intention to spread an untrue piece of information which can be damaging to the victim. Of course, this is a step in the right direction, and this is also thanks to the fact that a wide expert public was included in discussions, and this will probably help also the application and the implementation. Doctor, what's your experience with the implementation practice? Here I would like to say, if we are talking about journalists and SLAPP lawsuits, these are against the dissemination of information of public interest. Journalists are the primary source of this kind of information, whether this deals with corruption or the environment. Well, I would like to perhaps comment on the criminal proceedings. We don't have many of them. The number is much lower than the civil lawsuits, but criminal tools are also used. I was asking the State Secretary whether they didn't think about, they weren't discussing about completely abolishing this crime. Yes, we had these discussions because, for example, my colleague thinks this shouldn't be part of the criminal code. Yes, the Ministry of Culture also proposed abolishing this crime. Yes, this is also based on the recommendation of the European Commission. They recommend abolishing the crime of defamation, but if not, then the penalties shouldn't be strict. I would like to highlight a few known cases that have happened over the years. One of them when journalist Zuzana Petkova was in criminal proceedings for publishing a piece of information about the income of the wife of the president of the Supreme Court, who was also working in justice. I think it was in the ministry, and she was sued for that, although the information was received in a legal way. And then we had journalist Klein, who wrote quite an expressive article towards the former Archbishop Sokol. And the second was journalist Michal Havran, who also wrote about another exposed person in the church. Yes, these articles were quite expressive, very critical, but they did not warrant a criminal proceedings. But, for example, journalist Klein, he was given a sentence of a fine, I think, of 15,000 crowns, with the alternative of a custodial sentence if he fails to pay. But then the European Court of Human Rights stopped this, and then he had problems with erasing this penalty, although the European Court for Human Rights said that his rights were violated.
Mr. Havran was tried for more than a year in court, and I think for the first 10 months the criminal proceedings were led without any reason, so he couldn't even use the tools that he normally could use as a person who was a defendant in court, and despite the fact that the criminal proceedings started against Michal Havran. So his name was used, he was the defendant, but he couldn't give any evidence or he couldn't say anything because he didn't know what he was fighting against. So, for example, he didn't have the right to look at the file and so on. So this criminal proceedings was very long, and the general prosecutor had to stop it, or stopped it eventually. For example, the expert opinion was provided by a person who was not registered as an expert of the ministry as well. There was evidence which was construed and so on. So there were many things which made the life of the journalist very complicated. And although we don't have so many cases in Slovakia, we see that the merit of defamation as a crime is problematic, and I hope and I welcome that defamation will be, or the definition of defamation will be changed. The very existence of defamation as a crime will definitely continue to be a problem for journalists and human rights activists. Thank you very much for your answer. In terms of slaps in criminal proceedings, sometimes it is linked also to other provisions which are part of the criminal law, and this is maybe a question not just for us but for other European countries, whether they should not look at their internal regulations and the internal mechanisms, because sometimes the powers of prosecutors and of other authorities are misused. And sometimes the proceedings are purposefully lengthened to put pressure on the defendant, on the person. We still have 5-6 minutes. I'm not sure if anyone from the audience would like to ask something, or we also have the Slido app where you can ask questions. Yes, microphone.
I'm the editor of Radio Marat, which is part of our organization Euro-Mediterranean Resources Network in Brighton, UK. And it's good to see that there is legal and also technical support for our colleagues who suffer prolonged pressure of slaps. But I don't know what's the picture in Slovakia in terms of personal support. Surely our colleagues under pressure, under stigma, under legal pressure of slaps, they are in need of support in terms of emotional well-being, spiritual well-being, mental health. In some countries, for instance, in UK, we offer colleagues various forms of relief from this pressure. Be it walks in nature or art therapy or other arts and cultural techniques, to make sure that they will feel less pressure and they will feel less stressed or depressed. So are there any kind of statutory or any civil society initiatives to support journalists, fellow journalists in that position? If you can enlighten us, I'll be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. I will try to answer the first part of the question. I will like to pass to the ladies. We were analyzing this because it is the part of the recommendation and also directive, and within the Council of Europe, this entire system of support for victims of SLAP. The problem is that it is hard to say, but it's sort of a niche area of victims to create a separate system for them. So what we were thinking that systems for protection of journalists that already exist or are being slowly created for all these like psychological support, consultation, and financial, to be opened also to victims of slaps, so we don't have two parallel systems. So this is one of the options that we are working on. I don't know, I can ask like how is it like with the NGOs? Are there some of them that specialize in this or try to help, or there is like the open and State Secretary perhaps through the centers of legal aid at this point the only support can be? The ladies.
Well, I don't know much about some institutions which would which would propose some aid or assistance to journalists. I know that it's mostly probably the colleagues' assistance, and they kind of stick together within a syndicate of journalists. I'm not quite sure whether there exists some professional assistance specifically to journalists facing SLAP. I don't think there is, actually.
No, v súčasnosti ani ja neevidujem, že by existovala.
I don't know about such support. As I have already mentioned, the national contact points could, in a way, provide such support. Also for the victims of SLAPs, we are discussing the fact that this topic should also be part of the curriculum at faculties of law at universities or in academies which provide education for prosecutors and judges. But this is still an introductory phase. We are still just discussing it, so we don't have a mechanism for that in place yet. We are also thinking about the fact that legal firms which work with these topics could receive some kind of support or provide support for the victims, but I must say that right now we don't have a specific mechanism in place. The Legal Aid Center and the legal firms don't have the competencies to do so, but we have a system in place for the victims of violence, which is a bit different than being threatened by a SLAP lawsuit. So maybe we could just extend the work of these centers which help the victims also to the victims who are being threatened by SLAPs. So this could be one of the ways forward. In terms of the subsidy scheme of the Ministry of Justice, it is really aimed at the victims of crime or domestic violence and so on. And the support is provided through accredited entities which receive subsidies from the Ministry of Justice. So I don't think that this scheme could be used also for these cases. And regarding the Legal Aid Center, we were thinking about involving them in this process. Currently, the legislation on legal aid centers should be amended, but the primary aim of these centers is different, so journalists would probably not fall under the scope of legal aid centers because they are mostly aimed at people who are in financial distress, for example. So we would need to create a different mechanism that would work for journalists. And one more thing I would like to add. Looking at the recommendations and the proposed directive, we see that one of the purposes is to provide the defendant some procedural rights. For example, the plaintiff should be discouraged from filing such a lawsuit at court. This can be done in different ways. For example, the plaintiff could pay a certain guarantee or certain money and to participate in the legal fees, because we know that the legal fees are quite high, or the court fees are quite high as well. So when the court says that this is the misuse of the legal system, the court should very quickly be able to stop the lawsuit. To stop the lawsuit from continuing for years and putting immense pressure on the people who are victims of such SLAP lawsuits. Thank you very much. I see that our time is up. You mentioned Ms. Petkova when you talked about the journalists, and Madam Petkova will be the moderator of the next one of the next panels, so you will be able to hear her personal experience as well. So thank you very much for your participation, and thank you to all the guests.
Milé dámy a páni, vítajte späť.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and discussions. And now we will continue with the third panel discussion of our conference. The third panel will deal with editorial independence. The moderator will be Lucia Michalčíková, spokesperson of the Council for Media Services, and the panelists are Geert Jan Haan, freelance radio journalist from the Netherlands, Maja Sever, president of the European Federation of Journalists, Beata Balogová, editor-in-chief of Daily SME, and Lubomír Bajaník, my dear colleague from RTVS, from the News and Journalism Office. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Ms. Rapantova for opening our third panel. We will talk about editorial independence. She also introduced our panelists, so I will not repeat the names. Maybe I will just say as an introduction that I am very glad that we have people here who have been journalists for a very long time. They have widespread experience with journalism, but they are also involved in associations representing journalists, because I think that in the discussion of independence it's very important. Madam Balogová, I will first start with a question for you, because we have met before. We met at a conference or at a meeting where we discussed the proposed Act on Media Freedom in November at the permanent representation of the European Commission here in Slovakia. And you said one idea, and I wrote it down because I believe that it's important. The matter of funding of media is existential. Unless we deal with this topic, we will have a big problem to establish media pluralism. You said that this is one of the key elements of media freedom, and I would like to start by giving you the floor to tell us more about the financial circumstances or the financial situation and environment in which Slovak journalists work. And then I will ask the same question to the others. First, I would like to say that fortunately, in Slovakia, we have a better situation than in Hungary, for example, where the funding of media is much more connected to politics. Just a slight technical issue. Okay, so in Slovakia, we don't have the historical baggage that, for example, colleagues in Hungary or Poland have. I will use an example. The Daily SME, of which I am editor-in-chief, has never been dependent on state advertising, especially because during the government of Vladimir Mečiar, we were not favored by the government, but our business model as such was never based on state advertising. Alexei Fulmeg and a team of journalists who were back then active in the team of Daily SME were very brave, and they started to monetize the content. And I think that by taking these steps, my colleagues led by Tomáš Bauer and others did. That means that we can use the money that our readers give us, which is the most direct and most clear and clean way how to fund the content and the work of journalists. And I think that the future of many media outlets are the subscription fees of the readers. For example, in Hungary, the environment is deformed to a large extent precisely because Viktor Orbán and Kesma, the conglomerate of friendly media that he created, deformed the market to such extent that free media are fighting for a very limited amount of readers, and they see each other as strong competitors. Here in Slovakia, this is not the case. When I mentioned the funding of media, I meant the funding of public media outlets, which is tragically underestimated in Slovakia. Given the political representation in the parliament right now, we see that it's an assembly of amateurs, and unfortunately, sadly, this means that the funding is very underestimated for public media. That's all from my side for now. I would also like to give the space to our other panelists, but you opened the topic of funding and the specific situation related to funding of public media, especially in Slovakia. If you don't know, the public media in Slovakia were funded through license fees paid by the public. And if I'm not mistaken, last week, these license fees, it was approved that the license fees will be stopped and the funding will be given only from the state budget, which of course logically opens and deepens the topic of editorial independence from political power, from the government power. Mr. Bajaník, you are here as the representative of the Radio and Television Slovakia, so the public broadcaster. You are a journalist, you are also a member of the academia. So could you please give us also the academic answer to this change of the paradigm of funding of public media? And what are your expectations of the practice? How will it impact the practice? I'm a fan of history, so I would first like to say that the license fees, or as it's officially called, the payment for public media services, it's not just about some license fees of being members of or the receivers of some kind of media, but we are paying for a service that is provided in the area of audiovisual broadcasting. In this room, in May 1991, the Slovak Parliament approved a law on the public television and public radio. Back then, politicians were not sure what it means, public. They just knew the difference between state and private, but this was public television and public radio, and the act was approved. And the act included also the license fees, inspired by the BBC or ORF. And they were supposed to be a symbol of independence of the public media. So it's not a state media, it's not private media, it's media outlet that is paid by the public. Especially during Mečiar government, the license fees were insufficient to fund the public media outlet. And the Slovak television was supposed to be a helper of the public power, and if I'm not mistaken, 40% of the license fees were used for the broadcasting itself, so the budget was not sufficient for its operation. And then, through several amendments to legislation, the share of license fees or the payments for public services was lower and lower, and today I think it's around 50-50. And the rest, and that's the problem, that for the public television and radio to be able to fulfill its commitments, its statutory obligations of broadcasting and providing media services, which are, by the way, not clearly defined. But for the television and radio to fulfill its obligations, there was a space created for a relationship with the state. So, for example, the director of the Slovak Radio and Television needs to look for funding to cover certain services that Slovak Radio and Television provides.
So this is a short summary. And the question whether this can have an impact, of course, if we have a part of the state budget, this can cause that, on the one hand, the radio and television will have more money, but it will not be able to get more money from the state. So, in the end, it will have less. The radio and television will not be able to fulfill all its legal functions. So, this is questionable. And to conclude, we have examples from abroad, and of course we have to have an enlightened government and politicians where public service media are paid by the state or are paid from the state budget, but they are independent. For example, the Nordic model is that there's a tax, but it doesn't go through the state budget. There are state media who fulfill their functions, and then they are public service media on the legal level that do not fulfill the functions. So this is a risk for the future, because the management may have to look for money to cover certain services which are needed, and to do that in ways which can seem like political agreements. Thank you. And now I get to the foreign panelists. Ms. Sever, I would like to ask not only about the Croatian experience, because that's of course quite valuable and important for us, but also about the overlap within your presidency in the European Federation of Journalists. If you could give us a cross-section view in terms of the editorial independence, what's the feeling of journalists and their independence in the context of how much money gets into the media, which are underfunded? We see, or we have heard, where the advertising income is flowing and so on. So what is the basic feeling of Croatian journalists, but also European journalists and as such, and how it impacts their editorial independence?
Ensure independent and free work of journalists. Thank you very much. On the beginning, I want to comment this public media service issue. I don't know if you know, I'm still journalist. I'm journalist in public media service, still working, half-time job. We also have similar problems. I could say also that Slovakia and Croatia has similar problems in media environments. But all day today, I was in few meetings, and the problem of public media service and financing of public media service was emphasized. And I really see that's as one of the main problems of media environment in your country. Because, first of all, from my point of view, I'm idealist. I really believe in important public good of public media service in every environment. I really think that public media service should be pillar of free independent journalism in every media environment in Europe. In Croatia isn't. So all my career, I fight for better, stronger public media service. As a journalist, as a member of association, as a unionist. Now I came here on this beginning of this panel. I left lunch with the representative of your government, and I said that I just said one sentence that ensure stable financing of public media service is one of the most important things. And I also quote European Media Freedom Act. I'm pretty sure that you know that your government is in favor of European Freedom Media Act, but in this ENFA Act, Article 5, talk just about public media services, emphasizing the importance of their independent work, independent and transparent elections of governing body, and in paragraph 3 emphasizes that the member states must ensure the public media services provides have adequate and stable financial resources to fulfill their public service tasks. Well, this means must be such that editorial independence to protect. So they said, but we'll see, hope so, that they really will think about in their proposal. Yeah.
Sir, prepáčte, ale my to tu počúvame naozaj 30.
I'm sorry, but we have been listening to this for 30 years.
So that's our common struggle, that's our common fight, to use those European acts, mechanisms, tools, to use our common work, to enforce them, to really change the mechanism and to ensure independent public media service. And of course, it's not the only problem. If you want, I can say just a few sentences, some view on independent, editorial independence. Well, journalists in, trust me, all European countries. I came from Croatia. And I always think, oh, we are the worst, we are on the end of the Europe, we struggle with these problems of those times of war. But then I find out that we share the problems with a lot of other countries, journalists, even from western part of the Europe. Journalists face increasing economical and political pressure, holding back independence of newsroom every year. When I said we, I mean journalists, associations, unions, still looking for an effective way to protect editorial independence. In media outlets, editorial independence is weakening due to increased attacks and abuse of journalists, threats, physical attacks, slap suits, and pressure from political and other influential people. Editorial independence is threatened by pressure from politicals, but also advertisers. Today, journalists are faced to political sensitive topics, but also the topics that disturb the relationship with advertisers. And when I speak with my colleagues, they used to say that they don't know which pressure is stronger. And as trade unionists, I really must use this opportunity also to say that we face with a weak protection of workers' rights. I know that in your country there is no strong union of journalists, an organization that would unite journalists in the protection of labor rights, which are the basis for the protection of journalists' rights and the basis to protection of freedom of the work, and also editorial independence. Unorganized workers and journalists do not have collective agreement, do not have national collective agreement that would protect their security of free work and independence. Because I hope that you agree that only secure journalists, only journalists with the security of their existential issues can be free journalists. And I also think that it's a little bit on the state of authorities to ensure condition and atmosphere for social dialogue between journalists, workers, and employers. We are witnessing on the pressure, increasing pressure on work on journalists also by attacks, which also influenced on the editorial independence of media outlets. But when we are talking about, you asked me about money and funding, I think that depends on sources of funding from local and state authorities and on the national state institutions, also has very strong interference of advertisers. Also, discreet editorial decisions. Many journalists have stated that it's common to impose self-censorship, all censorships, when writing about stories related or to authorities who fund media outlets or to advertisers. We often listen to the journalists whose stories are not published so that the media does not lose money from advertisers or from some funds on a local or national level. So I think that, to be shorter, we will continue later, I think that there is so many pressure, there is so many sources to press the media, the freedom of media and the independence of editorials, that we really have to, first of all, organize ourselves, and second, to try to force also institutions to, for example, implement and approve European Media Freedom Act, and we can talk about it later if you want, how it's, hope will have impact on the editorial independence, but yes, I think it's also very important to ensure this legal framework to support journalist freedom and editorial independence.
Thank you very much. You have mentioned many problems that we know of. We know them also from our experience here in Slovakia. And that is probably why I asked Ms. Balogova at the beginning, in what way would she assess the position of journalists and the level of their editorial independence in the environment and in the conditions that you mentioned. For example, being underfunded or not having sufficient remuneration for their work, because then there is room to impact them more. I wouldn't like to get to it into detail because I haven't given the floor to Mr. Hahn, who is here as the representative of public service media, or you are also a freelancer. So only the national broadcaster, but not public service media. But at the same time, when Ms. Sever said that we are here, Croatia at the end of the ranking, Slovakia also at the end, but the Netherlands is on the opposite side of the rankings, or in the better half of the ranking. So perhaps be quite brief about the funding in general. Try to assess whether the conditions of work that you have heard about from the three other speakers, whether the conditions are similar for journalists in the Netherlands, or where are the differences. Perhaps you have some positive experience, because so far we have heard more negative things. But if that reflects reality, that's of course adequate to say that.
Ďakujem za pozvanie.
Thank you for inviting me.
Let me start with, well, I'm a journalist, so if I may correct you, it depends on which ranking you will have a look at to say and to state that the Netherlands is better or worse than Slovakia, for instance. Look at the World Press Freedom Index. We're 28th, and Slovakia is 29, I guess. So that's one place above. There's always this debate about Western European countries and Eastern European countries. Look at the World Press Freedom Index. Estonia is 4th, Lithuania 9th. There's no Iron Curtain anymore. Of course, there are backlashes. But what you have experienced here in Slovakia with Jan Kuciak happened to us with the murder on the Peter R. de Vries, who was, I guess, the most famous crime investigation journalist in the Netherlands we ever had, maybe. Gunned down, going to a TV studio in Amsterdam. It was still light, it was a summer day, and then this happens. And it was a shock for throughout the country. So I just want to state that maybe we look like each other, and therefore I think these initiatives are really good, to have common initiatives to see and to deal with all the problems you were stating. If I hear you all for the previous 25 minutes, I'm like, what am I doing here? Why am I a journalist? I mean, do something else, something positive with your life. But I'm also a bit optimistic. I think if I look at my own experience, I didn't feel any pressure so far in my career. I have experienced, I would say, fully editorial independence, different outlets I worked for. I currently work for Business News Radio, which is a commercial radio outlet, national broadcaster. We have like two talk radio stations. One is public service, the other one is commercial. We're part of a media group, including the Dutch Financial Times. It's owned by a Dutch guy. We have some media companies in the Netherlands owned by Belgians. That's a thing in the Netherlands, but it's uncomparable to the oligarchic system that some countries in Europe are still dealing with. What can I say about money? I have to keep it brief. Taxpayers in the Netherlands, they pay taxes to support our national broadcasters, for instance, our public services. We have this strange Dutch system of pillarization. So if you look at Dutch TV, we have 10 different broadcasters in that system. So it's not just one BBC, but we have 10 different pillars, originally based, historically based on social groups or religious groups. That's still the case. Everyone is working independent from each other. To give you a broader perspective on how TV media works in the Netherlands, I would say that if there is a case now with one broadcaster that, if we say this off the record, has some extreme right influences, some pro-Russian narratives, and of course, if they're in the system, then I, as a taxpayer, am contributing to that narrative that I actually don't like, but also think is not part of the ethics and the journalistic code that we think is necessary. This is just to give you a brief summary of what's going on in the Netherlands, but to come back to all the problems you mentioned, luckily I didn't experience those issues yet. I know some of my colleagues do, but it's not that, like everything in journalism, it's not that black and white. We're not all going to die. And luckily, there are great investigative journalists in Slovakia, in the Netherlands, in Malta, and also in Greece. Those are the 4 countries that had unfortunately, the murders for the recent years. Luckily, in those countries, there are independent investigative journalists still hanging on, still doing their job. But I'm sorry if I'm too positive.
No, you're not.
Ďakujem.
I think
Mr. Bajaník and Ms. Balogová wanted to react, and also Ms. Sever. I would like to get to a different topic as well, but please do react how you asked for the floor. I'm from the editorial practice, but I'm also here in the name of Ms. Samelová, the director of the news unit that we work with on the media level, but also on the academic level. I know her views and opinions, and I will be very specific. How should the editorial independence be improved? We have heard that already, and that is increasing editorial freedom. Editors in the television were used to wait and see what the editor-in-chief says, whether there is some recommendation from somewhere. But I know that with her, we have a strong principle of editorial freedom, which is very important. Because in the 90s, for example, editors had a bad reputation, because during socialism, these were the people who introduced censorship. Then we had the era of a strong authorial freedom. But at present, I think the increasing the editorial independence and freedom is the way to go, because this is what differentiates us from non-journalistic environment. This is the second set of eyes, basically, who can not ban what's confidential, but they are able to enable publishing what is possible. And this is the big difference. But this is not seen like this by the public. They are often seen as gatekeepers, that they don't publish what the public thinks should be in the media. Well, and these are probably the criteria of trustworthy medium, which we have mentioned. And these are media that should have a special protection in the context of the draft regulation. Yes, and the second thing is the funding. The Radio and Television of Slovakia is trying to increase incomes. Of course, compared to the private sector, they are much lower. But another topic which has been misused in the TV environment were short-term contracts. And if a person wasn't liked by someone, the contracts were used to make them accountable in a way. But of course, not everyone wants to have a long-term contract or a permanent contract, perhaps. But also the effort to offer such contracts should increase the certainty for journalists, and also to increase the freedom of journalists. And basically, if we have political pressures, the chairman of BBC said that he thinks that it's not a problem if the politicians try to impact media, but the problem is if the media fall under that pressure. So yes, there are these pressures, but they shouldn't be transported in the reduction independence. Ms. Balogová, I wanted to react.
In my first answer, I talked about funding because this is what you asked, but I also want to add that I'm not pessimistic. The freedom of press is present in Slovakia, not thanks to government structures, not thanks to the legislation, but thanks to specific, concrete editorial teams and a whole generation of journalists who lived through Mečiar's government, the generation of journalists who lived through Fico's government, and now they are working under the Matovič government. In Slovakia, we talk about editorial independence, but sometimes I feel like we were talking about completely different things. When I talk about editorial independence, I use an example because the daily SME had undesirable co-owner. It used to be in the financial group Penta, which bought part of Petit Press publishing house, and back then it was important for us to keep our editorial independence. From the rare contacts that I had with the management of Penta, that many of them, and not just them, but many oligarchs who own the media outlets or other entrepreneurs who own the media and don't have the journalistic experience, don't understand the fact that journalists are individuals, they are critically thinking human beings, and they can't just say to journalists to write this or that. Of course, there has been an ongoing pressure, and there are mechanisms in which you can remove self-esteem of journalists, and at the end of the day you can't even call the persons journalists because they are just some content producers. But at that time it was important for us also to explain to the public that in Daily SME journalists would never risk participating in PR events, or they would never write in a positive way about some scandals of Penta and so on. And at the end of the day, we are one of the most critical voices and media outlets who monitored the business of Penta very thoroughly. I would also like to add that the organization of journalists can resolve the situation. We've heard about the trade unions. Well, in Slovakia, trade unions are quite politicized, so we have very bad experience with trade unions. We have very bad experience with syndicates of journalists. It was politically hijacked, so to speak, so I would never become a member of such syndicate. But coming back to editorial independence, I believe that we have a few very strong editorial teams, and through formal or informal contacts we cooperate together. These editorial teams set certain standards of quality to each other and to themselves, and I can't imagine that we wouldn't talk to each other and that we would stop our contacts. The pressure is enormous because, for example, Mr. Orbán prepared a manual how to use the media, and we see that politicians like Igor Matovič started to use some campaign expressions which were not created by them, but some other people. So the attacks on LGBTIQ plus community and on the media, a campaign against liberal journalists and so on. They call us Soros people and so on. And the politicians are inspired by other politicians who use these techniques. We have a precedent from Hungary, and this is a big challenge for us. We can discuss legislation or standards, but in September, when there's a parliamentary election, which will be won by certain political parties, they will probably overturn and they will completely forget anything that was approved, or they will not think about media freedom and so on. So it's also about adhering to the legislation, not just adopting it. And maybe my last comment regarding the independence of public media. Here in Slovakia, under the management of Mr. Reznik, the Radio and Television Slovakia, or many high-quality journalists left Radio and Television Slovakia because of him. And as I said, we need a generation of high-quality journalists who have the right instincts, and they have the instinct to be independent. They need to have the experience of working in an environment where they taught them how to work with sources and so on. This is not something that you can learn in a few days. I have talked to many different people because in our daily SME we also have some journalists who left the Radio and Television Slovakia, and they told me that they will not come back to the Radio and Television Slovakia because the election of the management of the public television is so politically based that they don't have the confidence that in 3 years there will not be a new management chosen by the new government, and they are not sure what the future will be. Yes, the election of the board of the Radio and Television Slovakia and the general director of the public television is certainly a topic that is frequently discussed. We have the experience in Slovakia with the institutional setup. Ms. Balogova, with your reaction, you opened another topic which is closely linked to editorial independence. I would call it journalistic integrity, because this is really crucial. Regardless of external conditions or circumstances, when the journalist has a certain integrity, they can eliminate these external influences or pressures. Of course, editorial independence is not just related to the the wages of journalists or funding. It's also about independence from the politicians, from advertisers and so on. You mentioned the situation in Daily Sme from a few years ago and how you handled it. So this brings us to another topic. Again, you talked about the Slovak experience or Slovak reality. To what extent can editorial team guarantee journalists that they will be able to stand up to the pressure, for example, some ethical codes, internal regulations, which are written down, not just some editorial culture, so to speak, so the integrity and so on, but really something that is written down. Here in Slovakia, we have quite a negative experience with institutionalized profession or the syndicates. If I have the right information in Croatia, the trade unions or the syndicate has a strong position. Ms. Sever, I'm sure that you have something to say to that because you are a member. So could you give us, maybe not a manual, because I know that experience cannot be transferred, the history is different and so on, but what is your experience or your view of these professional organizations? What role can they play in the maintenance of editorial independence, and what should change in Slovakia so that this form of protection of editorial independence could work? Because, yeah, what do you think about this?
I'm aware of the problems with the unions in a lot of countries, mostly our countries, let's say, with the history. But I will start with a Croatian example. My union is not old union. We are formed in early 90s from association, journalist association, when we became aware that the union could be the only negotiator for the worker rights by the labor law. That's the situation in most European countries. And that's why I always emphasize why union is important, because through social dialogue, which is encouraged from European level and collective agreement, there is things we can protect and we can solve. For example, Netherlands has very strong union. One good example, photographer for Netherlands a few years ago with a wild campaign to protect their work and for fair salary for their works, they really made a very good job. Because
organized plea.
Yeah, you remember that. So what I want to say, I know what are you talking about and miss a lack of trust to unionists. Unfortunately, mostly it's in our ex-communist, let's say, countries, because of the history and because of the connection of the union with the state. But I think that organizing journalists, it is very important. And I think that, you know, I'm representative of European Federation of Journalists. We are an organization with more than 70 associations and unions all around Europe. And I think that we really do good job. For example, when we talk about protection of journalists, now we have very important project, Protection for Journalists. We cooperate with the Peter yeah, and your system Prvi.
Sorry?
Your system for protecting journalists Prvi, it's not probably, I didn't say correctly, but I know that Slovakian government...
Oh, you mean Persveilig, the
yes,
organization?
yes, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, and I know that Slovakian government also tried to work with Netherlands to implement something like that. So, it is important, and I think that solidarity, sharing the good examples, work together really can strengthen our position, protect journalists, and even protect editorial independence.
Well, if I just may, one comment that I don't doubt that, but for example, when I'm ethnic Hungarian, I am in strong contact with Hungarian journalists, and I also know the situation here, like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and very often the mistrust towards the union is based on existential factors. Like in Hungary, like try to negotiate pay rise for the whole editorial office, they are done. They will close down the editorial office. Try to negotiate standard full-time working contracts. You cannot do that in certain environments. And I think also here in Slovakia, for some media, they would never have taken off if you say to them that, okay, you need to give standard working agreement, not only part-time agreement to all journalists. So that's part of the story of what unions...
but that is our aim. We have to try to prove that, you know, we have the similar situation in Croatia. You know, we have...
My company gives standard working contracts. I mean, companies or media I cooperate with, they do care quite intensively for the well-being of their journalists because they depend on them.
Yes, I know that, but you know, it's always better when this contract is something negotiated in the social dialogue between two sides. Then that it's decision of employer to give to the employees to sign. You know, it's, I don't know, for me, it's like, okay, but we have the same rights. We have to be on the same negotiation table, and we have to negotiate about it. It's not that your owner or your general manager give you because he respects you. It's something which should be negotiated on the table and should be results of agreement of two sides.
I don't doubt that.
Okay.
I just added the specific situation in countries where autocrats really threaten media freedom, and you simply cannot start from the point where you can in countries where the situation is not.
Yes, but you have to remember, I'm from Croatia.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and you know, we have, unfortunately, instead of my hard work, we had like 2 real good collective agreements in public media services. But I think that in these last few years, I work on this issue with the help of experts from European Federation and experts from other Western countries. We really improved this dialogue. We are on the beginning, just beginning of talks on a national level with representatives of publishers for national collective agreement, and in a few smaller media outlets, we will try to ensure like collective agreement. So I fully agree with you, but I think that, you know, it's our aim to try to fight to improve this situation, and of course to improve unions in those countries and work with those people. But what was another question?
No, but maybe if I
okay, we can continue.
If I may add,
Sorry.
You were mentioning the Dutch organization Persveilig, and I just had a 3-day training camp last week with Peter Tervelde, who's the man who organizes all this. But also this organization, Persveilig, is something that was erected in 2017, I think. It's still something that needs a lot of improvement. I bet that the majority of journalists in the Netherlands, they don't know that this organization exists. Same goes for our journalist union. I bet it's a good union, but maybe because our experiences, our journalism is under threat, of course, but in a different way than what you are describing. Therefore, there is some kind of laziness in Dutch journalists, and maybe that's another danger, that we're like, okay, everything is well arranged, we don't become a member of this journalist union, so we're not connected in a strong way. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that even though we have good organizations, and even though we are trying to work closely with Slovakia or other countries, it's something that Dutch journalists are not aware of all the time. don't look up to us too much. We're just trying to help. But please help us as well.
Yeah, but that's what I tried to say, that after I started to work for European Federation of Journalists, I really became aware that we share the problems, a lot of the problems. It's not such a different stories, and we really share not just protection of journalists, but a lot of other problems we share with you. Of course, the example as your in protecting of journalists, it's a good example for us. And with lack of resources in smaller countries and small organizations, for us it's very valuable, you know, that we can, let's say, copy your...
You can buy it. We're Dutch, so please.
No, but we are unionists, you know, show solidarity.
Now, maybe one more example, because we have to be positive in a way as well. I mean, look at Ukraine, okay? And I'm in touch with a lot of Ukrainian journalists. And the way they are now covering the corruption scandals in Ukraine, despite the war, despite the martial law, it's incredible. And they're working on a lot of stories at the same time in an independent way. And of course, there's a lot of politicians are still involved with all those media. But it's hopeful. And one more dimension that was striking and unique, actually, because it's a country in war. Some articles started with the sentences, "Dear reader, I'm really sorry to write this because we're in war, but these politicians are corrupt."
Yeah. And just one sentence to add.
And it's good, right?
It's great.
Yes, it's on your list as well
but
now.
Not just that, but you know, I cooperate with them. Of course, we have 2 unions there, 2 members. We have Force Solidarity Center in Ukraine. I'm very proud of that. And you really daily work with the colleagues there. But not just that. They also publicly debate and talk about problems with the Media Act. It was now already adopted in Ukraine because they want to talk, instead of the war, there is a problem about independence of this in this media law, and very, very bravely they speak loudly about it, and I'm really like adore this courage instead of war to publish stories about corruption, and also on this other level fight for a better regulation in media environment. Yes, agree with you.
Ja by som celú tú predošlú diskusiu pozornula pod niečo ako...
I would like to summarize the discussion. Well, the better the working conditions for journalists are created, no matter the form, it's guaranteed. They are not the most important ones, but the better conditions, the better is the situation with the editorial independence and the better contribution to society. I think this is also connected to one other topic, because editorial independence is one thing and editorial accountability is another. We don't have much time left, so very briefly, I would like to turn to a topic that we face very strongly, and this is closely connected to Ukraine, and that's disinformation and dealing with some unclear, intransparent sources of information. Journalists can include almost anyone. Information is getting to the audience without any critical filtering from several sources. So we have to look at the editorial independence in this context as well. How the institutions, employers or editorial teams can deal with the threat that a journalist doesn't take accountability for the information they are spreading. So I would like to ask you very briefly, because we don't have much time left, because you're quite detailed in the other topics.
Going to switch to English, or I stay with my mother language, ale zostanem asi pri slovenčine.
Okay, I'll keep speaking Slovak, but I would like to add one sentence about the editorial independence. I'm here as a representative of the public service media, and we haven't mentioned one important topic, one important element when we were talking about trustworthiness. That's also important, but then also the devotion of people to the idea of the public media service, no matter who the boss or the director is, because there are many people, many editors and journalists and creative workers, and that is the spirit of freedom, who can overcome such challenges, and they are basically enthusiastic about the idea of the public service. As regards editorial accountability and responsibility, of course, in the media, this is defined by the statutes of programming workers within the statutes of the media. We have a very specific definition, but I mean specific guarantees that can be used, because you can write a lot on a piece of paper. Yes, that's true. Well, currently the radio and television of Slovakia is, and I will probably talk about the future, because we have done some mistakes in the past in some of the editorial team, in some parts of the editorial team, and these were also published, and this is one of the controls which is here. That's the public scrutiny that we have in the radio and television of Slovakia. At least people who understand that are thankful for the public scrutiny, because this can help set some boundaries. And our editor-in-chief is not here today because she's preparing a competition for a team of people who will be researchers and fact-checkers in the public service medium. And also we have a cooperation with the Pan-European University, where the team of Professor Iveta Radičová and her students will be checking all the information which will be published in the public space, which they hear from politicians, and they will fact-check these claims. So these are the basic points that the Radio and Television Slovakia is going to face within the news department. I want to say that we are speaking about the news and editorial independence, but this is not only for news, but a large proportion of broadcasting of the Radio and Television Slovakia include news, documentaries, and other programs which are part of the broadcast of the public service media. I am from the news. We all talk about the news as the flagship, but we have many discussion programs, discussion formats, which include different views and controversies. So I would like to conclude this by saying that we can expect that the task of the journalist here as well will not only be to collect information, but to be a guide in the complex information hell, so to speak, because the more information we have, the less we know, and I think this is the direction to go. Again, this is the definition of the public interest. This is something that hasn't been defined clearly for 30 years. The politicians don't even define what the society is expecting from us. What are we able to do, for instance? And then the result is that this is also public interest, and this is also public interest, and you should do this and that, and there are 9,000 things you should do, but it's not clearly defined anywhere. Well, it's not late to define that. Well, this is up to institutions like the television itself to define the public interest with the help of the academia, with journalism institutions. If the politicians are not able to do it, let's prepare that and give it to them. If they don't approve it, then that's their bad. Well, we don't have much time left, but I would like to ask all of the panelists to react to this, because the information chaos, as you said, Mr. Bajaník, this is extremely important to how the society develops in the future and what the room of or the place of journalists will be there. Well, I would like to add one comment. Disinformation is not the problem of journalists. And the thing is that this is not, well, the problem is not that we have the disinformation scene here, because and the reason is not that journalists in critical media do not do their work well. That doesn't mean we shouldn't put pressure on quality. We have the code of ethics of a journalist. Because of Penta, we also prepared the code for the functioning of the publisher. There were specific rules of functioning. I'm the biggest critic of my own newspaper. We have an editorial meeting each morning where we discuss the production of the previous day, and we are extremely critical. If we make a mistake, we publish corrections from our own initiatives. We react to all decent reaction. We also respect the decisions of the Press Council, which is an authority assessing claims and complaints. So there are different ways of how to be accountable and responsible, but I don't think this is the biggest problem currently, because with all the tools and mechanisms that we have, we face the situation that in Slovakia we have media who are trying to pretend to be standard media, but they work entirely on the principle of disinformation media, and the reader oftentimes cannot differentiate between them. Then we have media owned by oligarchs, and then it's very hard to start any cooperation, because a large proportion of the market is held by these oligarchs, and cooperating with these media or trying to open contacts with them means using a completely different method of work, and that's not what we want. Well, so it's very good that ENFA is bringing some rules how to differentiate between the trustworthy, serious or real media from the other ones. For example, in terms of the sharing of information in the online space, this can be a certain guarantee, because it's trying to look for such guarantees to really prioritize information from real journalists. So, Ms. Sever, if you would give us some concluding remarks.
Great that you come back to ENFA, and also I want to answer on this part of your question what we can do. You know that we support ENFA, but also, of course, we have a lot of but, and one of very important is about editorial independence. The EFJ interprets the text of Article 6.2 as protection of editorial independence, but we would be strengthened by imposing on media services providers the obligation to adopt internal statutes jointly drafted by representatives of publishers and journalists of that media by international standards and ethical principles of journalism. Furthermore, for effective implementation, independent bodies or media councils should ensure the interests of owners, shareholders and media advertisers do not influence the principle of ethical journalism. So it's some concrete demand of our organization, which I think it's a way to strengthen ethical independence, which could be also ensured by a European Media Freedom Act. So we can try to change some things, and I think that ENFA is a good way to try to do it.
Áno, určite, ja som...
Certainly, I opened this question also because all of this was said already in the first panel. We know what ENFA is trying to do. Let's hope it does achieve that as well. But we also have the Slovak experience that not always what you intend to achieve through a legislative act is not always implemented well. So we need to start from the context that we have here. I will be happy if this is successful and if everything that's written on paper is implemented in reality as well. Mr. Hahn, your concluding remarks, please. Áno, musíme sa...
Okay. No worries. Just some food for thought for a next conference. We were discussing this hour a lot about a lot of things regarding classic traditional media, in my opinion, newspapers, audiovisual broadcasters. But I think we need a good debate about what a lot of people, the way a lot of people are now gaining and getting their information from the online sphere, from podcasts. Who is the editor-in-chief of a podcast? What is editorial independence if people listen to a podcast and think that podcasts are their information source and their source, a trustworthy source? Look at social media, look at online media. look at, in the Netherlands we have like, I think 15,000 journalists and 150,000 communication and PR managers who are putting pressure on us to write about their silly whatever topic they want us to write about. So those environments are absolutely essential to have a good debate about, because that's something we have to deal with for the upcoming 10 years. And I hope that on the next conference we'll have that discussion as well. That's food for thought. I hope everyone can listen to a podcast and think like, okay, who was the editor-in-chief? Was this according to the editorial independence ideas that we have?
Yes. Môžem iba záverečnú pozitívnu vetu jednu?
Ja som len chcela povedať jednu vec, že vlastne.
I just wanted to say one thing. In Slovakia, in the context of transposing the European Directive on Audiovisual Services, but also the own initiative of the Ministry of Culture, we have a registration obligation for the publishers of podcasts. So there is this tendency to at least know who stands behind the online content and who is creating that. Of course, this was not welcomed well by the creators of podcasts, that's quite natural, but we have many topics for discussion. Quite logically, as in any other area, legislation will always be a bit behind reality and trying to catch up and reflect the reality. And given the speed of development of technologies, it's of course quite complicated to be quite topical and fast. Unfortunately, the time is up. I was the first one to extend the time from all the panels, but I hope the discussion was very interesting for you, just like it was for us. These are broad topics for discussions. I think we could discuss this in a separate conference, but I think and I hope this experience was a good contribution to today's conference. Thank you very much for the discussion.
Dámy a páni, vítajte.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you for joining us again in this room. We will start with the last and fourth panel of today's conference, which will discuss the protection of journalists. The moderator will be Zuzana Petková from the Foundation Zastavme korupciu. And the panelists are Lukáš Diko, Editor-in-Chief of the Jan Kuciak Investigative Center, József Luakili, Director of Media and Creative Industries at the Netherlands Ministry of Education, Culture and Science, Štefan Hamran, President of the Police Force of the Slovak Republic, and Željko Martin Sampor, Vice Chair of the Committee of Experts on Strategic Lawsuits Against Public Participation at Council of Europe. Hello, good afternoon. 5 years after the murder of Jan and Martina, journalists still don't feel safe in Slovakia. Quite the contrary. The recent survey of the Investigative Center of Jan Kuciak has shown that journalists feel even more attacked and threatened than before. First, I would like to give the floor to Lukáš to tell us briefly about the results of the survey done by the Jan Kuciak Investigative Center on a sample of large media and regional media. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I will probably stand here. Let me first start by explaining why the Investigative Center of Jan Kuciak has decided to carry out such survey. One of our main roles is to keep the message of Jan Kuciak, and we are convinced that the protection of journalists, given what happened to Jan and Martina, one of the primary goals that we need to achieve. Our goal was to find out what challenges and what threats journalists face in Slovakia. We have talked about it for many years. Many journalists have experienced attacks or threats, but we didn't have any data. We were inspired by Persveilig and their survey, We contacted dozens of editorial teams. We were in touch with the largest media outlets. We contacted minority media outlets, regional media outlets, and so on. And we gave 2 months for the journalists to fill in the survey. And what I will present to you now is the results of the survey that we carried out together with the organization ACO. More than 400 respondents, journalists, answered the survey. We can have a look at the individual slides very briefly so that we can discuss them later. Maybe the most important number or figure from this survey is that from the respondents, 66% responded, so 2 out of 3 journalists said that in the recent 12 months they experienced an incident which was defined as an attack or threat. And in this question, we did not distinguish between online and offline incidents. So 2/3 of journalists who took part in the survey experienced a threat in the last 12 months. Let's look at more details. The most frequent attacks were verbal attacks. The biggest part was online verbal attacks directly aimed at the journalist. Around 15% of journalists experienced threatening or intimidation, 4% physical attack, a little bit less than 3% legal threat or threat of a slap lawsuit. Here we see the frequency of the attacks experienced by journalists. The most common answer was that these attacks are carried out once a year. Some of them said that it's on a monthly basis. And let's just picture a different profession. Can you imagine that once a month you would experience a threat or an attack? So the journalists face these attacks quite frequently. Here we have gender-based data. So the blue color are men and orange are women, and the frequency of attacks again. We see that women journalists are the victims of threats and attacks more frequently, with the frequency of once per week, which is very frequent, and we can see it here on the slide. We also asked the journalists whether they believe that in the period of the last 5 years, so after the murder of Jan and Martina, the number of incidents decreased or increased, in their opinion. The green color is the answer, I don't know. But the majority of journalists feel that the number of threats, incidents, attacks in the last 5 years increased or did not change. Only 8% from the respondents said that the number of attacks was decreased. The findings were very interesting when we looked at the perceived perpetrators of the incidents. Here I would just like to point out that the total percent is more than 100 because journalists could select more options. So the most frequent people who attack journalists are normal citizens, everyday citizens, followed by persons who present themselves as the supporters of political parties. This is done especially online or social media. Then the third place are politicians or public figures. Here I need to mention something which is very important. The atmosphere created by politicians with their unsubstantiated attacks has a direct impact on the communication and reactions of general public towards the journalists. So if the population generally believes that it's okay that journalists are attacked or that there are some incidents against them, then they do it on a regular basis, online and offline. Here we see the rate of reporting incidents. In a majority of cases, journalists have said that they discussed the incident with colleagues. 25% of them said that they did not report it or discuss it in any way. And discussions with the police or reporting the incident to the police is less than 10%. So only a small part of journalists, based on the survey, report the incidents at the relevant institutions or places. But this is what we have been discussing for a long time. Journalists, if they feel under attack or threatened, they should report it to the police. Here we see the reasons why journalists did not report the incidents or did not discuss them in the editorial team. The most frequent answer was that the journalists did not feel that the threat was serious. And what was quite surprising was that many journalists said that this is a normal part of a journalist's job. However, we believe that this should not be the case. It should not be a standard part of a journalist's job that they are threatened or under attack. Here on this slide, we see how the most recent incident that the journalist experienced influenced their work. We also see the impact on mental well-being or mental health, the impact on their writing, the impact on their behavior, and so on. We also saw the results based on gender. I don't have the slide with me now, but less than 39% of women said that they don't feel any effect of the incident. So we see that women face more incidents and they see more impact of the incident on their work or behavior. Here we ask the question whether the journalists feel that they should self-censor themselves or their work or reporting. And here we see that only 16% responded that after some threats or potential threats felt the need to self-censor their output. This might seem complicated, but I would just like to point your attention to the second line where we asked whether the journalists agree that attacking journalists is a real threat to the freedom of press. And 85% of respondents said that they fully agree or partially agree that attacks and threats towards journalists threaten the freedom of media in general. We have also seen some positives in our survey. The majority of journalists have said that their employers undertake sufficient measures to protect them. However, we were quite surprised that 97% of journalists have said that they would welcome a system that would help journalists face aggression, threats, attacks, and so on. And what support they would welcome? First, it's legal support, psychological support, and the third column is personal protection and security trainings. So these are the areas where we still see some space for improvement and where we could help journalists face these attacks. That's why, together with the Dutch embassy and together with Reporters Without Borders, we have created a new initiative which should help protect journalists, Bezpečná žurnalistika SK, Safe Journalism SK, and this initiative should be there to support journalists. We also want to cooperate with the police. We have established cooperation with the police president before, and we want to work more with state institutions and authorities to improve the situation, because we see that even 5 years after the murder of Jan Kuciak, the attacks on journalists are still here, and we are a bit worried that the number and the frequency will rise even more. If you are interested in more data and more details from the survey, at this website that you see on the slide, you will find more details. And we also have more data because some of the questions were open-ended, and we have collected very interesting information from journalists about the attacks, their experience, and so on. So we will continue working on this topic. Thank you very much.
Ja len chcem upozorniť, že otázky môžete dávať aj.
I would just like to mention that you can ask questions via the app Slido, and if we have enough time at the end, we will answer the questions. Mr. Hamran, from the survey, we have seen that a very small percentage of journalists report incidents to the police. What do you think about that? Is there lack of trust, and how can we change this? Thank you very much for the question. I'm very interested in the presentation. I would be very happy to download it because I was quite surprised by some of the data. I was surprised that more than 50% of journalists believe that these attacks are part of their job and they believe it's an acceptable risk. I was very surprised by that. And the fact that not even 10% report the incidents to the police, well, I'm not surprised about that. We knew that the number was quite small, but I believe that looking at the entire results, it's quite understandable if we see that journalists feel that this is a normal part of their job. Recently, we have had the problem of a stalker who followed journalists, especially women, and one of the journalists contacted me, as we are open to helping anybody, including journalists. I asked the woman and the journalists whether they reported that to the police, because if we don't know about it, then we can't do anything. It's the same as with domestic violence. We need the information, we need to receive the information that something like this is going on. The journalist told me that she reported it, and when I asked her whether the other colleagues reported it as well, she said that they did not. So if the police doesn't know about the threat directed at journalists, can't do anything. I would really expect from journalists, especially after what happened in 2018, when a journalist was murdered because of his profession, because of his work, also given the fact that the state couldn't protect the journalists, I would expect that journalists would treat this topic more sensitively, and they would help the police by reporting such cases. And I can really promise you that we do our best within the legal framework that we have to address any violence directed at journalists. But if we don't know that something is going on, then we can't help. And we also need your close cooperation, and we will also send a clear message to the public that journalists and the police cooperate. And if we do send such signal, the people will think twice about attacking journalists if they see such messages in public. When I started in this position, I publicly said that the police in this state did not work, and it was hijacked, it was made privatized, and journalists were doing the job that the police force should have been doing, which I do not believe should be the case. If journalists do our work for us because our hands were tied by oligarchs, it's natural that you are on the front line instead of us, instead of our staff and our investigators who should look into the criminal offenses, and you are the targets of threats.
But journalists are still the targets of attacks. Yes, there are journalists who report that, but from the statistics that we saw, I'm quite surprised from that. We want to provide you assistance, but we cannot move it to a higher level because we need your data. Lukáš, you have a specific experience with a journalist who was followed by one person who was not mentally okay. He also reported this to the police. What was the result? And since that period, since Jan Kuciak reported to the police that he's been threatened by Marian Kočner and the police was just trying to get rid of it, and it ended that nothing happened. Did something change since then? Well, I think the case you mentioned was during the previous president of the police force, but it was after the election. One thing that changed, also based on Jan Kuciak's case, if a journalist reports a problem, the police is quite fast in its reaction. In this case, you mentioned the police helped the journalist and was quite fast in the solution of the problem. What we are still lacking, and this was the case in this case as well, is finishing the cases so that they don't end up at the district offices after the basic investigation. Because I think if some people are convicted and sentenced for crimes against journalists, it will have a huge impact on the whole society, on the verbal attacks, online attacks as well. People will stop attacking journalists for doing their work in public interest. By the way, do we have such a case from the recent past that we had a lawsuit or the perpetrator was sentenced to a penalty? I cannot remember that specifically, but I have two comments. First of all, we are trying to clear out the police force and try to change the mentality of the police force so that such a case is not swept under the carpet. We still have the remnant of the last regime in the police force. This is more than 20,000 people. We are trying to clean the police force and try to change the mentality so that such cases are investigated in a serious way. But if a journalist can call me personally that she feels threatened, then I am also expecting from the others that you can report it to me personally, that we reported something and it is being swept under the carpet. I'm quite sensitive to this and I will try to remedy that situation. There was another thing I wanted to say, which I can't remember now. You will have the space still, but it probably wouldn't be ideal if the journalists had to call directly to the president of the police force. The system should work differently. Even if the management of the police force is changed, then the journalists will have certain level of protection. The government, which is currently just appointed until the government, they promised to adopt the protection of journalists for them to be viewed as public personalities, so that there are more strict penalties for attacks against journalists. What was successful, Mr. Sampor, and what measures have been adopted to improve the position of journalists? And if it was not successful, then my question is why? Well, I cannot say anything about the biggest thing. That's the Constitutional Act for the Protection of Journalists. This was quite a wide proposal to also deal with slubs or not letting journalists into press conferences. Unfortunately, there was no political will in the parliament for this law to be adopted, so political reality is the problem. But regarding the other systems of protection which were promised, Well, the Ministry of Culture declared already before that we have this lack of trust, which was declared also in the survey between the journalists and the state. That's why when this survey was performed, well, we wanted to initiate it first as the Ministry of Culture, but when we had a meeting with the Dutch ambassador and others, we decided this has to be the Jan Kuciak Center, because the lack of trust is such that we wouldn't get any relevant data, and the protection systems have to be organized from the bottom up. Just like it's in the Netherlands, in the case of Pers Veilig, this was created from the bottom up, and then through this system, and then this system is used to communicate with the state. What we were successful in was passing the new Media Act, where we included some basic principles in terms of transparency, protection of the source of the journalist. We are trying to finish certain things. Many people say that we were doing nothing for 3 years. Well, some of us weren't there for 3 years, but for less. But these are things you cannot do from one day to the next. When we are discussing the system of judges, how to approach journalists in these threats, and we are training them, this is also a complicated system. We are discussing with the Ministry of the Interior in terms of the national strategy of the prevention of crime. This is also a hard thing to do. I don't think we did enough, but we started moving forward. We don't really have much to praise ourselves for, but I wouldn't criticize ourselves that much, because we tried to improve the situation. Of course, unfortunately, some things will not be finished, will not be taken to the approval stage, but we have to continue. Well, when you mentioned that the Constitutional Act for the Protection of Journalists has been prepared somewhere in the Ministry of Culture, but which part was the problem? Which parties were against? I cannot really remember. This was in the government. I think this must have frozen in the coalition commission. Yes, I cannot help you in this because I'm an expert of the Ministry of Culture. I was said this froze and this stopped in a certain level. Well, because it wasn't possible from the top, you are trying to do it from the bottom up. Yes, that's what we are doing. That's the point of the cooperation. If the government changes and if the ministers change, this has to be happening also outside of the ministry so that we can continue with that after the change as well. Together with the Dutch embassy, Lukáš, you already mentioned that the goal is a cooperation with the Dutch side and perhaps also the transfer of experience from the Netherlands to Slovakia. In the Netherlands, there is a system for the protection of journalists. What are the basic pillars? How does it work in practice?
Thank you for having me here to speak on this very important subject, because I do think that first thing we have to state, and it's very, when you say it, it's really very deliberate, that journalism is a high-risk profession. And because journalists dare to dig in places where other people are not daring to do it. It's the oxygen of the free word, and therefore also for democracy as a whole. And when these heroes of the free word, what journalists are under threat, we as a society are under threat, and that's why it's a very important issue. You've mentioned the bottom-up aspect of our approach, and I think that's a very important thing to mention, because you have to stay very practical when you speak about the safety of journalists. So we started, a few pillars are education and training to ensure that journalists are at any moment resilient against all forms of aggression and intimidation. Another aspect is clear registration by reports from journalists to the police, such as you mentioned also in your survey. And also support and funding from the ministry of, we call them press safe and flexible packages with hands-on tools to recognize threats, for instance. That's one pillar, like train the journalists. The other pillar is train the public, because we focus on journalists, but we also have to focus on the environment. Strengthen awareness of citizens about the role of journalism is essential. We have a national network on media freedom, under which half of the schools in the Netherlands are more or less connected. And they learn children how to relate to journalism and to acknowledge that journalism is essential. And you also have to respond to polarization in politics. We have a huge problem in the Netherlands because of a debate on both wings of the political spectrum. And we have a national committee that's putting forward some recommendations on the development of radicalization and political polarization. Addressing online harassment and investigating and monitoring also these specific problems. And this is an important thing to do, because I would like to end with that. I was like 3-4 weeks ago at a local broadcasting company, and I spoke with a young journalist, a woman, she was like 22, 23 years old, and she was thinking about stopping to become a journalist because she was a few times harassed. Mm-hmm. And these stories, it's like a slap in the face for everyone who is responsible for media in a country. So it's urgent to be practical, and it's urgent to train the journalists and train the public, I would say. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay.
Have you experienced any specific event or case, just like we had here, that was an attack to a journalist, that the Dutch society decided to put effort into the protection of journalists and create such a system?
On the July 15th in 2000, I thought it was 21, Peter R. de Vries was a high-impact crime reporter who was killed in Amsterdam. And that was, of course, a horrific situation. It was a wake-up call, but we were already started our approach concerning this problem. But we have, since then, I would say, a specific problem when it comes to journalists that are making stories on high-impact crimes. One prominent journalist who is under constant protection of the National Security Service told me that he is not able to do his job anymore like he did, because he had appointments at shabby bars like you have to have as an investigative journalist. And because of the security measures, he wasn't allowed to do that like spontaneously. So although we do protect them, the police and the security services do protect them, it is an impact on their freedom. And that's very difficult to realize.
Is there any closer cooperation between police and between journalists, or some organization which represents journalists?
Yeah, we have the National Union of Journalists, who is actually one of the parties that initiated the national debate also on protection of journalists. And they stimulated to be quite honest, the connection between the Ministry of Education, Culture and Science, where the coordination of media policy lays, and the Ministry of Justice and Security. And because of that, because of their mediation, we have like a very coherent cooperation with the Ministry of Justice and Security, who is, of course, very much linked to the police services and also the security services. And I think the NVA with Thomas Breuning is very important in doing that, yeah.
Ja si pamätám, že keď som pred viac než 20 rokmi ako novinár
I remember more than 20 years ago when I was starting as a journalist, the attacks were offline. The common denominator was that the attacks came from politicians and their supporters, but this was happening in the streets. I can still remember how the fans of Vladimir Mečiar tried to hit me with an umbrella. In Pasinki, we had a separate sector provided by the police so that they cannot do it. But currently, most of the verbal attacks happen online, on the internet. Lukáš, was there something in the survey which was surprising for you in this direction, in this regard, or something you didn't expect? I think that we had a hunch from the discussions we had, but when I discussed this with the researchers who worked on the survey, all of the people were amazed by the numbers of attacks, especially the online attacks. This wasn't surprising for me, but the scale is much larger than we accept in the society. And there are several reasons for that. One of them is whether we can prosecute such people under the current legislative framework, whether we have tools, or whether the police has tools to deal with this, but also what does the society look like? What is the mood in the society, the atmosphere in the society, which is created by politicians? I won't name them, this is up to their conscience, who have no arguments or evidence, but they attack journalists in a personal way. So they are creating the atmosphere in the society that attacking a journalist is normal. This is not normal, and we have a systematic problem in this regard. And the survey shows us, for the first time ever, what the scale of that problem is. It also gives us opportunities to talk about how to improve the situation. Also, for example, by the fact that the journalists will start to report the cases to the police. And they should also, the police should be sensitive to how journalists have to deal with the sources. If a journalist has a protection, they cannot meet with the sources, for example, and so on. So the police has to be more sensitive towards journalists from what we have experienced here over the last years. Mr. Hamran, does the police have sufficient tools to find such people online, or what do you think are the main problems or shortcomings of our criminal code or the process of law enforcement agencies? Well, I think I can say that no police force has such tools. This is a huge problem. We are working with FBI and Europol. The online space is developing so dynamically and it's so anonymous that this is a concern for many police forces all around the world. Of course, we are trying to find our way how to deal with that. The capacities who monitor the online environment, well, we are monitoring that, of course, but the police cannot be everywhere, not even online. And our citizens who interact with these toxic people are here, and we need the feedback, basically. And as we have heard, from the police point of view, we have politically exposed persons who are communicating in the public in a way that basically draws a target on the backs of journalists, but also policemen or representatives of other professions. We as the police force think this is quite unfortunate, and we know how this impacts public opinion in our society. And many times when we try to deal with that as the police force, we find that we have a completely different legal view of the same thing compared to the prosecutor's office, for instance. So we have things where we open the criminal investigation as the police, and the prosecutor's office closed that. So either we are wrong or they have a different legal view of that matter. There are cases where this froze at the level of the prosecutor's office, but then we continued collecting evidence and then we were able to continue. But the prosecutors have a benefit compared to us, that they are monitoring the prosecutions, and they are also part of the law enforcement. So it's not always the police force which is problematic. We have cases where the prosecutor's office can also lead the investigations and prosecutions. And this problem is growing. The police force is using all the possible tools it has, but we are limited to a certain extent. And that's why we are opening a material to the government meeting that will be dealing with online security. And we need to move forward, and we need to have a sufficient number of policemen and policewomen and technology to be able to be more successful in this area.
Many people feel that they can do more online than in personal communication, and we know how dangerous this can be. We have experienced the shooting in the recent months here in Bratislava. You are the vice chair of the Committee of Experts on the level of Council of Europe. Is this an international topic, fighting against online crime? Yes, it is, and it has to be. What we have seen from the shooting in Bratislava is extreme. You said that the attacks were common also during Mečiar's government. And back then, the politicians attacked physically journalists. We remember that Vladimir Mečiar slapped a journalist. We know that some of the public figures attack verbally journalists, and they legitimize such language, and other people feel that they can do that as well because they see that politicians can do it. We see that politicians have press conferences and they talk online as well, they publish posts online, and when the others see that see the language that politicians use, it's easier for them to radicalize. We know that in the Netherlands, for example, the critical thinking and distinguishing between the sources of information is very important. We have the issue of hybrid threats and so on, which can help radicalize the society, and this is something we need to deal with. The only way how we can address it is the international way, international cooperation, because these sources are interlinked. We have bots that work hard on this. They spread disinformation in Slovakia as well, so this is something that can be dealt with only internationally. Unfortunately, it's only in the infancy stage, the very beginning of drafting various recommendations and plans, so we are one step further than the enemy, so to say. The chairs of important political parties attack journalists at their press conferences. They attacked policemen and prosecutors who lead investigations against them and persons close to them. What would happen in the Netherlands if politicians acted like this towards journalists or to other public figures such as policemen?
I think for me as a policy officer it's very difficult to react on this question, to be quite honest, because we can't react on politicians from my function. But on a broader perspective, I can say that I think in the tendency of the debate in the Netherlands that is that polarization, certainly when it leads to violence, it's unacceptable in the media, in politics, in any public place in society. and politicians also have to take their responsibility on that.
Máte nejaké...
How do you investigate, or what do you do with hate speech? Because in Slovakia we discuss a lot about freedom of speech, what is the line between the freedom of speech and the attack on an individual. So how does it work in your country?
Well, in the Netherlands it is on a Punic law, and it's a very difficult line to determine when the judicial court recognizes that it could lead to violence, then that's the red line we draw. And there is now a discussion, like Geert-Jan mentioned in the Netherlands, of one of the public services that in the view of some people, I have to say it correctly, insinuates some perspectives that are not acceptable to certain people. If somebody can state that at that point it can lead to violence, then it's a difficult story. But I think that the most important thing, it's not, we are not in a position as government to draw that line. It has to be seen through the perspective of the judge, yeah, I think that's the most important thing I have to say about this.
Lukáš, you asked also the journalists from local or regional media, are there any specificities in terms of threats that they have to face? From my personal experience from the Markiza television and also in the public television, public broadcaster, the situation in regions is even more complicated than here in the capital. And we can't even imagine some of the threats that the local journalists have to face because there are many local interests and local politicians. I don't want to point fingers, and I don't have a specific example that I could give you, but there are local interests and local politicians who feel the need to put pressure on local journalists. So these journalists are often, well, their work is more complicated because they also have to think about the risk that they are taking if they cover some regional or local topic. And then the headquarters, the editorial teams need to find a way how to help the local journalists, because if a journalist tells me as an editor-in-chief that I have a problem because I'm writing an investigative report about the mayor, and I'm worried that the mayor could harm my family or threaten my family and so on, then the editorial team needs to be prepared for such situation to protect the journalist. But this works only in large editorial teams. Then we have small regional media outlets, which we know that the numbers are declining. Transparency International has carried out a survey of local and regional media outlets, and we see that often they are dependent on local authorities and so on. So we know that locally the situation is much more complicated, and in small editorial teams they don't have enough resources to pay a lawyer, for example. So I'm not really surprised that more than 80% of journalists would welcome legal aid. I understand that if you are a small editorial team, you have one photographer, one journalist, it's very hard for you to continue if someone sues you and you stop working in this area because you can't afford any lawsuits. In some cases, the regional journalists send the information to us, to Bratislava, to the capital, precisely because they are worried that the person about whom they are investigating has some contacts in the police and so on. Mr. Hamran, how can we prevent this? How can we stop these links? Or can you guarantee that, for example, in Trebišov, the east of Slovakia, because I'm from the east of Slovakia, that when journalist says or reports at the police station that somebody is threatening him or her, the police officer will not go directly to the person accused? Well, of course, I cannot guarantee this, but I can do my best to maybe change the direction of the police force compared to the past, and to make sure that the threats against journalists are taken seriously. I have mentioned this several times that the organized crime needs to be dissolved from the bottom up, but in the police force it can go only towards the bottom. If we look at some regional structures, it doesn't mean that the police force will work in a different way. We have to send a signal from the top management, from the top level of the police force, and to show them that the professional standards and professional conduct is the only acceptable way forward and nothing else is tolerated. So for the last 30 years, the police force had their hands tied. And historically, I dare say that now this is the only time where our hands are not tied in the history of Slovakia. So the police officers who are not willing to accept this and to accept that being a police officer is a public service and service for the public, they should leave the police force. But this will take a certain time. The, so to say, cleaning of the police force and making it a professional organization which deserves trust from the citizens, including journalists. What should journalists do? Because I'm not sure if everybody has your phone number. No, definitely not all the journalists have my phone number, so if they face an incident, you are also a community and you communicate together. And you mentioned that the system should work. Yes, but as I have already mentioned, the system will not be created on its own. Somebody needs to set up the system, and the system should be set up by the police president. The president of the police force needs to find and choose the managers who will then create the regional structures. We see problems at all levels of the police force, the specialized units, operational centers, and gradually, step by step, we are setting up new structures, and the police officers realize that this is the model behavior, this is what professionalism means, this is what following the law means, and we need to act like this, otherwise we will have problems. We need to send them a signal from the top level and to show them that nothing will be swept under the carpet anymore, which was common practice in the past. We have already heard today that investigative journalism, to a certain extent, is a risky profession. If a journalist writes about oligarchs or about politically exposed people, I would be quite surprised if they were not threatened by those oligarchs. They would probably be doing something wrong. If you compare it with police officers or firefighters, police officers are threatened on a regular basis. But this is connected to the nature of the job itself. So I understand that this job is very difficult, and we want to change the police force and to change the mindset of police officers and to understand the problems that you are facing on a daily basis as well. And we want to prevent the things from 2018 from happening again. You mentioned that small editorial teams don't have the funds for legal representation and so on. Igor Matovic came up with an idea to establish a fund for investigative journalism and media. He was criticized by the large editorial teams, and then he said that the fund would be directed to regional media outlets. This idea was not implemented at the end. However, we can't say that this idea is unprecedented, because in some countries, and in many countries, the state uses funds collected, for example, from taxes and so on, to fund journalism. Is this the case in the Netherlands as well? What is the system of financial support for high-quality journalism by the state?
Fund, which is directly linked to the ministry. It's called the Stimuleringsfonds voor Journalistiek, a stimulative fund for journalism. And we fund them, and we state the main pillars. And also we have like an organization who mediates for especially the investigative journalism. And we are right now have talks with them to form a national plan to stimulate investigative journalism as a specific goal. But the main funding is through the Stimuleringsfonds I spoke about. Another aspect is we have a public service, media service in the Netherlands, which is funded with 860 million euros a year, which I think more or less one part of it, I think 10% is distributed to the news aspect of the public broadcasting. Those are the main funding systems.
Ministerstvo.
What about the Ministry of Culture? Have you thought about this idea? Well, the Ministry of Culture has thought about the idea, but I would like to come back to what you said before. So the big idea of some kind of fund. One factor was COVID and the lack of funding, given the large support that went to the COVID measures. And the second aspect was the protection against disinformation. So yes, the idea is something that we can entertain, but the problem is the funding, finding the funds. And another thing is who would decide where the money will go. It should be some experts or journalists and not, for example, state officers. But one more comment related to hate speech. We have a Digital Service Act, which has been discussed here today, which will be implemented. We have Media Freedom Act, which is being worked on a European level, and which includes the element of SLAPS. And the aim, as Lukáš said, is to stop the lawsuits aimed at intimidating journalists. And the Ministry of Culture is not just waiting for the proposals. We are actively participating in their preparation, and in some cases we are one of the countries pushing forward this legislation. Lukáš, what should be the result of this cooperation, the cooperation between the state, the investigation center, and the Dutch embassy? What is the aim of the project? How will this improve the safety of journalists in Slovakia? Well, the idea is that journalists would not have to report any incidents because no incidents will happen, but I think that this is just dreamland, not just in Slovakia, but anywhere else. I believe that this initiative will be a beginning, and we will try to look for solutions from the bottom up, be it in terms of criminal offenses directed at journalists or systemic solutions, so the journalists don't have to look for the phone number of the police president, but they have other means how they can communicate with the police, for example, some contact points and so on. At the same time, it would be great if we could provide journalists with legal support. And as we have seen in the survey, many journalists need psychological support, because many journalists experiencing online campaigns and online attacks experience mental health issues, and many of them, precisely because of this reason, think about leaving journalism. And this is one of the aims of the project, to implement such tools and such support, and to be able to help as many journalists as we can. And at the same time, we want to help the police to find the people who attack journalists, and to send the message to the public that journalists do work in public interest. And one of the messages of Jan Kuciak, in my opinion, is, and the president of Police Force has said it, when the state fails, the last wall against corruption are investigative journalists. You were that person as well. You informed the public about what is going on in the country, and the cases were persecuted only after the government change and after the police management change. So why journalism is important, why investigative journalism is important, this is something that we need to explain to the public.
Well, we have heard that the quality and independence of the media is directly connected to how safe the journalists feel. From your point of view, if you were to mention 3 key things that need to be done in Slovakia to ensure this, what are they? Journalists have to mobilize around one center where they will be able to lobby and press. The Slovak journalist community is a bit fragmented, so it's easier to control perhaps. This also happened in the Netherlands, in the Croatia, the Dutch Syndicate of Journalists, the Croatian Syndicate of Journalists, and so on. We don't have any associations that would include a large part of the journalists, but hopefully after this survey the Jan Kuciak Investigative Center will take on this task. We would support them, but their statutes include a provision that they don't accept funds from the state of Slovakia, which is quite understandable, and that is something that has to be done. We need an initiative which will be independent of government changes, which would be able to work on the public pressure. Mr. Hamran, what journalists, besides reporting the attacks, can do for their own safety, and what the police force can do for them? Well, I think that the Slovak journalism, especially when the state was abducted and the police was paralyzed, the journalists showed that they did their work professionally. That's when you were threatened. One of you was murdered together with his fiancée. Thankfully, the police is now doing it, and that's the right thing. And we are also being threatened by the representatives of the power. That means that something in the state wasn't okay. And as regards our cooperation, I have the same view. In terms of the home violence, domestic violence, this was the same problem, because we didn't have a single partner to communicate with, and we need to set some communication channels with non-NGOs and so on. We need to exchange information to know whether this is escalating or decreasing, what you face in your profession. We can also analyze individual cases and so on, and it won't be possible without it. So we have mentioned and met with this already, so I welcome the initiative, but I think this is the way forward. Perhaps I will say a bit prematurely, we are thinking, we have contact persons on the level of the regions, which will be like coordination and communication points for our journalists. Well, because so far it often comes to me as the president of the police force, and then I'm overwhelmed by that because I have many pieces of communication, but we are trying to decentralize this to the regions as well, so that you have a communication partner that you can approach, and we will then collect the cases and discuss how to coordinate the steps for the future to be able to eliminate such attacks against journalists. Is it possible to train such contact points in the Netherlands? That's a question for both of you.
Finally, from my perspective, that you should be very proud of what you have achieved already in these past years and what you are doing right now, because it's a long way, it's a bumpy road, and we aren't there ready as well in the Netherlands, because I think that every case is unique, every approach is unique, so I think we can learn from each other and hope we can strengthen our cooperation coming years to learn from both sides.
Thank you very much. And the very last question to Mr. Hamaran. When could this be implemented into reality, the system of contact points? This is a topic which is on the table, so I think it can be launched within 1 month. But I now shared a piece of information earlier than I should have, perhaps because we need to discuss this with your community to know whether you are interested in this, so that we don't create a system which will not be helpful from your point of view. And I think this cooperation needs to be deepened, because if it is deepened, we will send out a signal that we will be able to deal with the attacks according to the law, as we should in a developed democratic country that we can consider to be a rule of law. Thank you very much. The monitor is saying the time is up. We haven't received any questions through Slido, so I believe we can conclude this panel with this positive message for the journalists and for their safety. So I'll keep my fingers crossed for the project of the Jan Kuciak Investigative Center. I would like to thank the Dutch Embassy for supporting this topic in Slovakia. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, this is the end of the 4th panel of today's discussion, of today's conference. Please allow me to give the floor to the Vice President of the European Commission for Values and Transparency for the concluding remarks. Ms. Věra Jourová, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation to this conference. I am sorry to the foreign guests, but I want to enjoy my native tongue, so I'll speak Czech. Thank you very much for organizing this conference. I really welcome and appreciate the cooperation with the Netherlands and with Canada. The topic, the safety of journalists, is very important. Not only one day before the anniversary of Jan Kuciak's and his fiancée's murder. I think that today, in the current context, when we have a war in Europe, the Russian aggression in Ukraine, this context clearly shows us that democracy needs to connect to defend its values, including the value of the freedom of speech and the independence of journalism and of the media, because freedom of speech and media independence is a basis of those values. Without that, it's hard to find truth and to have access to truth. Jan Kuciak was also one to fight for truth, and that's why he was murdered. He wanted us to know the truth, and he believed in the largest possible freedom of the media. On the other hand of the ranking of the freedom of the media, we have a very very clearly Putin's Russia, where journalists are imprisoned for calling a war, for mentioning that Russian soldiers are dying in Ukraine, or for any criticism of the so-called special operation. Independent media are abolished or closed, but journalists have to have the opportunity to perform their work everywhere without being scared. They should ask for accountability for people in power and provide information to citizens to be able to make informed decisions. This is crucial in the times of war and of election campaigns. You will have the election in Slovakia this year, but there will be elections in other EU member states this year. That's why it's important to adopt decisive measures to protect the freedom and the plurality of the media. Over the last years in the EU, we have made important steps, and this is also thanks to Jan Kuciak and Daphne Caruana Galizia, who are both murdered because they did their job as top-level journalists looking for the truth. Their violent death was a very strong call to wake up for the whole of Europe. This shocked many people, including us, the politicians, because many of us thought something like that is not possible in the EU. I had discussions with the families of the murdered journalists Daphne Caruana Galizia and Jan Kuciak. These were very hard moments for me, not only for me as a person responsible for a certain part of politics, but also for me as a woman and as a mother. I promised them that we will move the issue of protection of journalists forward in Europe, and that we will do all that it takes to put obstacles to everyone who wants to prevent journalists from doing their work. During the time period that passed since my promises, we have made several steps forward. We tried to move this agenda forward. In 2019, we opened the mandate of this European Commission, and we decided that freedom and plurality of the media will be in the center of our thinking about the rule of law in the whole of Europe. And this was, so to speak, a new concept, because for years we approached the media as something which shouldn't be part of our attention until we understood that the condition of the media, their freedom and their pluralism, is a crucial part of our democratic system and the system of the rule of law. So what we are seeing, or what we are doing, is monitoring the media also as part of our rule of law evaluations, together with other factors like fight against corruption. So we map fight against corruption in all member states. We also map the condition of the justice system and so on. And I think it was high time to start doing it, because when I joined the Commission in 2014, we were living in some kind of a naive limbo with a very low feeling that democracy, freedom of speech, human rights, that these are values which will be here forever, that don't need any special protection. We are wrong, and now we are trying to catch up. And that's why we are mapping the situation with the rule of law in all member states, including Slovakia. We are dealing with key issues like the security of journalists, the independence of regulatory bodies in the field of the media, or we are also dealing with the transparency of the ownership of the media, and also the condition of public service media. These are topics that we are mapping in the Rule of Law report. The next report will be published in July this year, and we will be able to compare the situation between individual years by applying the same methodology. everybody can see this report because we publish it every year, and this is a great way to have a strong topic for discussions with the national politicians, governments, parliaments, and so on. By this mapping, well, we will have the 4th report already, and we found that no member state is completely immune to the threat to the freedom and plurality of the media. Our main priority in the work, which covers media topics, was the safety of journalists. That is why in 2021 we provided practical guidelines and recommendations to member states how to increase the safety of journalists. We also dealt with a range of questions dealing with the investigation of crimes against journalists together with law enforcement agencies and support mechanisms and online safety. I would like to thank everyone who helped us in this process. We cannot stress enough the importance of the freedom of the media and the civil society as such. Member states will give a report to the Commission on what they did to increase the protection of journalists. They will report on how they worked with our practical recommendations that we provided to the states in 2021. This will also form the basis for our annual report on the rule of law, which will be published in the summer. We are also following the cases of the abuse of journalists in the SLAPP lawsuits, strategic lawsuits against public participation. We use the English abbreviation. We don't want the rich and the powerful to misuse their possibilities to lead court proceedings, to force journalists to be part of these costly proceedings. They want to use this to silence journalists. Jan Kuciak was a victim, and this made us politicians do more for the protection of journalists. Daphne Caruana Galizia, the Maltese journalist, also made us to propose legislation which will decrease and reduce the possibilities to misuse court proceedings against journalists. Daphne, at the time of her murder, was part of 47 such lawsuits, especially led in the UK. These were lawsuits which were very demanding to her financially and also in terms of time, and after her murder, then these lawsuits had to be borne by her children. And they are still dealing with some of the processes until this very day. That's why we decided to produce legislation which would make it harder to misuse court proceedings against journalists.
In addition, we have decided on a European level to create common guarantees to protect media pluralism and editorial independence in the so-called Media Freedom Act, European Media Freedom Act. In this act, we are trying to protect journalists against unlawful spying, the using of technology such as Pegasus or Predator. We propose a stronger protection of independence of public media, which should serve the interests of citizens and not the governments. They should be used for public service, and they should not be media that weaken country or political party, which is our experience from the history prior to 1989. I'm sorry. This is what the act includes, and I would say that this is a breakthrough act, and I will make sure that this act is adopted in the strongest form possible, so that we have a purposeful legislation that will create a safety net for the media in all member states. Currently, the European Parliament and member states are discussing this proposal. Today, I had a very interesting conversation with the Minister of Culture, who is here with us today. And I believe that the protection of the media and the protection of freedom of speech will be very important for us if we implement this legislation. We hope that the European Union will have the courage to adopt this law, because sometimes I hear from some member states that this act should help Central European or Eastern European countries, and this does not concern us on the West. Well, I believe that it concerns everybody, and protection of the media should be strengthened even in countries which have a very long democratic history. So I hope that there will be enough courage to adopt this act, and it will be a legacy of Jan, Martina and Daphne and all of those who died to protect our freedom. We owe it to them, we owe it to their colleagues and their families, and I'm with them in my thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, when we think about the death of Jan Kuciak, I would say that killing the messenger doesn't mean killing the message. The message of Jan Kuciak is still alive. Let's work with it in the most responsible way as we can. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ďakujem pekne za vaše slova.
Thank you very much for your words, Madam Minister, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests. Let me finally thank you all. I would like to thank the moderators of today's conference. I would like to thank all speakers. I would like to thank for your input, for your attention, for your efforts, and for fighting for the freedom of speech and freedom of expression. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for your attention, and I hope that we will see each other very soon. I wish you a pleasant rest of the day. Goodbye.
Môžeme? Pardon. Vážené dámy, vážení.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the press conference at the end of the Media Freedom Conference 2023. I would like to welcome the Minister of Culture of the Slovak Republic, Madam Natalia Milanová, Madam Věra Jourová, Vice President of the European Commission, Madam Gabriela Sanchisi, Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Slovakia, and Cheryl Cruz, Chargé d'Affaires, Office of the Embassy of Canada in Slovakia. Madam Cruz and Her Excellency Sanchisi are the representatives of the Media Freedom Coalition who took the auspices of this conference. At the start, I would like to ask the Minister to summarize the conference. Thank you very much. It's no coincidence that the conference entitled Media Freedom Conference is happening today, the day before a very sad anniversary of the tragic death of the investigative journalist Jan Kuciak and his fiancée Martina Kušnírova. I have to say that when I started as minister in 2020, together with Malta, we were countries where there was a murder of an investigative journalist, and after the 21st, we can say that although we do not want to identify with that, the truth is that there was a murder of an investigative journalist also in the Netherlands. That is why I would like to thank Her Excellency Gabriela Sanchisi, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Slovakia, for supporting the conference, not only through her presence, but also through two years of cooperation between Slovakia and the Netherlands for the benefit of the work of the journalists, for the protection of journalists. I would also like to thank Madame Cheryl Cruz, Chargé d'Affaires of Canada. We are countries that are part of the Media Freedom Coalition, and our shared aim and effort is that the media environment serves for the benefit of the democracy, and so that those who work there can feel safe, free, and independent. When we took office, our government manifesto also included an obligation on how we imagine the media environment and how it should change during our term of office and after that, because as it was organized, no longer reflected the situation we currently live in. It was very important for us to adopt new media legislation, which would be complex, which would be progressive, and which would ensure the environment in a way that it is based on pluralism, trustworthiness, so that we can identify the owners of the media. And that's why we created, or are in the process of creating, the register of the media, where everyone will be able to see the beneficial owner of media. But also we supported the protection of the source of information of journalists, which was one of the things that we insisted on. I have to say that this change is highly complex. I think it has many positive benefits which will be demonstrated in the future, and I don't doubt that these benefits will be evaluated by all of you as very positive. Currently, on the EU level, there is work happening on the European Media Freedom Act, EMFA. For Slovakia, I can say that this regulation has our support because it's some kind of a synergy to the media legislation that we have adopted in Slovakia, and now, without being boastful or without trying to promote our piece of legislation, I have to say that we really approached it in a way that in certain parts it can form an inspiration for the European media environment. Today we had the opportunity to listen to 4 panels with panelists from Slovakia but also from abroad. These were journalists and experts active in the media environment, and I think that all of us will take with them a feeling that although many things have already been done, many things still remain a challenge. And each of us is aware that the work in the media environment will have to continue being very intensive and well, to be able to deal with all the problems that we have, and there is a huge number of them given the developments in the online space. So a lot of hard work is in front of us. Thank you, Minister. Now I would like to ask Madame Gabriela Sanchisi, Your Excellency.
It has been said a lot of times today that media freedom and a safe working environment for journalists are cornerstones of a democracy. And so my country, the Netherlands, is proud to be the co-chair, together with Canada, of the Media Freedom Coalition, and we are also very, very happy that Slovakia is a member of this great initiative. On behalf of the Media Freedom Coalition and my country, I would like to thank Minister Milanova and State Secretary Kutaš for organizing this important conference today. There has been ample time to discuss important subjects such as the protection of journalists, such as SLAPS, such as editorial independence, and the European Media Freedom Act. The Netherlands and Slovakia closely cooperate on the issue of the protection of journalists. We share a similar tragic experience through the murders of two prominent journalists, but also, or maybe especially, we have the same challenges and we think alike on the importance of this subject. One example of our cooperation is the exchange of knowledge, of lessons learned, and of experiences that we in the Netherlands have gained with Persveilig, the Dutch corporation of journalists, government, justice, and police, and that offers journalists a platform where they can report threats or violence that happen either physically or online. And through that platform, they can get help. I'm therefore very happy and very proud that today we also had the presentation of the survey on the situation of protection of journalists in Slovakia, and a first peek at Bezpečná žurnalistika.sk, the Slovak website where journalists can find information and resources. This is really an example of how international cooperation works and how it can yield to very concrete results. Heartfelt compliments also to Lukáš Diko and his team on this first extensive and intensive data research on the status of the safety of journalists in Slovakia. We look forward to continuing our exchanges on this topic, to learn from each other, and to strengthen our cooperation in the coming months and years. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Charge d'Affaires would like to have a few words.
Yes, thank you very much. I am here on behalf of the Government of Canada, and also as Canada is co-chair of the Media Freedom Coalition, together with my colleague Ambassador Gabriela Sanchizi of the Netherlands. I also want to thank the Minister of Culture and congratulate the Minister of Culture and the State Secretary on putting together what has been a very fruitful, very frank, but also very practical conference on really spanning a wide range of issues that really get to the heart of what the issues are here in Slovakia and in the region on media freedom protection. So we were very encouraged as the co-chairs by the healthy debate and discussion that happened here. I think it's given us a realistic look at the situation of journalists and those who work for media organizations in this country. And we believe, and we will continue to support your ability to discuss and to take a data-driven approach that will help focus and enhance guidance, capacity building, and effectively target education so as to make sound policy, improve your laws, and their enforcement. I made some remarks this morning with respect to media freedom and the Media Freedom Coalition. I will not repeat those here for the sake of giving those of you in the press time to ask more questions. But I did want to highlight the fact that, and acknowledge the fact that there was discussion today on the important role of women journalists and also of those who have been historically marginalized and underrepresented in the public space. They play a very important role in the exercise, promotion, and protection of media freedom. And we need to pay special attention to the risks that they face as they carry out their work. I believe some of that was brought out here today, and we very much appreciate this. We thank you for your attention. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Charge d'Affaires. So, proszę jeszcze pani potwierdzenie.
And now the floor goes to the Vice President of the European Commission, Věra Jourová. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for inviting me to the conference, for organizing the conference. So thank you, Minister and State Secretary. I think that you may agree with me that we have a good feeling that even in these hard times, well, especially in hard times, the correct things should happen. And that's not only the conference, but also the cooperation with the Netherlands, with Canada, in the Media Alliance and Coalition. And I think this is a very interesting and valuable activity. If I get back to the murder of Jan Kuciak, I think that the moment when Jan Kuciak was murdered, that's when we got new tasks. Many of us got new tasks, because words are not enough. This was all needed. Statements were needed, but we also have to do something after those statements. And the murder of Jan Kuciak basically started a whole range of steps and processes which followed. In the European Commission, we issued a recommendation to member states to improve the protection of journalists so that they can freely exercise or perform their profession, not so they don't have to be afraid for their life or health. We had more than 900 injured journalists during different protests when they were exercising their job. So the recommendation that we issued will now be evaluated, and I believe that most of the member states implemented those recommendations, and Slovakia was really fast to react, and I think that the minister could talk a bit about that. I don't want to give the floor to her now, but we have many reports from member states in this regard. The second thing is that we want to protect journalists from the misuse of court proceedings. Then, of course, the Media Act and Act on Media Freedom. It was coming for some time. I think in Europe we should have a piece of legislation which will improve the independence of the media, of journalists, and improve their protection from the pressures, whether it be political pressures or commercial pressures as well. I think we need to strengthen public service media and give them a higher security in terms of funding and transparency in the election of those who will be deciding about them. Then this also includes protection against the misuse of different spying technologies. So this is a set of topics, and I hope we will be able to have this approved. I always say that when the Media Act is already implemented, it will be up to us politicians to keep our hands out of it and let it work in practice, because one of the effects is that the politicians will not interfere with the environment of the media. Thank you. Thank you, Vice President. And now we have time for your questions, if you have any.